Hey, peace and love to everybody that's tuning in. This is your brother Garfield. Another Man Cave Sundays, another day for you to challenge my stances, another day for you to come beat me up. All right. World War III, Iran versus Israel. Let me just say this to everybody. Say this to everybody out there. All right. Everybody. All right. Listen. The only reason why folks say, oh, before I even get into anything, I want to say good morning and thank you for the support. Share the show, like the show. I didn't even share it on Facebook this morning, but the people are trickling. It's a regular thing every Sunday. Everything I say, I might not be right about. And everything that you say, you might not be right about. But we can have a dialogue, draw our own conclusion based off of evidence, based off of the information that's available to us. A lot of people ask me a lot of questions, and I want to sum it up by saying this. Whatever you believe, my job is not to stop you from believing what you believe. You do whatever you want to do. I believe my mom and dad created a beautiful human being. And whether you think I'm a good-looking guy or not, I don't think that's debatable in my eyes. But in your eyes, you might think I'm an ugly Jamaican. Your opinion. Not facts, though. But what I want to put to people's mindset is that just because you believe and you're comfortable doesn't make your belief right. All right. We could argue about different things, but argue about the past, but we don't necessarily know what happened, family. We don't know how the Bible was put together. We don't know why certain things happen. We just don't know. Based on the information we have, based on external evidence, we can draw our own conclusions. That's it. If y'all want to rap about it, I'm all game, man. This is like a hobby to me. Peace and love to Kwame. You asked me if I would debate God logic on what? I don't think God logic would want to debate me. I think God logic would probably like me because of my stance against the brothers from the Made in America movement, the Hebrew Israelites. So I don't think that. Garfield too ADHD for that. Shout out to Miko one in the building, man. I'm Garfield manager. Bring all the smoke. Anybody, bring the smoke. Sunday fun day. All right. Shout out to Free Thinkers Podcast, my bro from over the islands. Peace and love to you, my brother. All right. I got squad in the building. Yep. All right. So Hip Hop Caviar. Shout out to that sister queen over there, and y'all could subscribe to her. All right, to her channel. Shout out to Shackle Breakers, my brother Simeon in the building. All right, let me put the link in the chat. So if anybody wants to jump on, you have the right to jump on. My brother Chuck Morgan in the building. Peace and love. All right. All right, so let me say this. We're gonna talk about the Vocab Malone versus Tazarayach. We're gonna talk about that because I really want to know what's going on. Okay. Somebody said they didn't know I wrote a book. I reacted to your. Okay. All right. So we're going to talk about that in a minute. I'm going to play a video with Vocab and Tazarayach. And then we're going to talk about a book called The Book of Jasher. And a lot of Hebrew Israelites. And by the way, to Hebrew Israelites, Black Hebrew Israelites, people say, all right, let me see what James Carr said. Your argument for King James not being black because of a court play isn't good. Actually, my point of bringing up no one talked about King James. He's not an Israelite, but no one talks about his French Celtic ancestors. All right. Now, somebody who is French and Celtic don't necessarily have to be quote unquote European per se. They could be dark skinned. Their argument is that he's dark skinned. Me bringing up the play, the purpose of the play is to show that one, his wife wore blackface. If they were black, she wouldn't have to wear blackface. So the play is actually a good argument. That's the best argument as far as the play is concerned. Now, him saying you have to be white don't necessarily have to be color. Now, that's an argument you could say, Garfield. That don't mean. I'm saying that they're saying that you have to be pure because white meant pure. You know what I'm saying? Eddie Sally. If you want to say there needs to be more conclusive evidence, well, I'll do that during the debate. All these wars don't have anything to do with the Bible. I don't know. I beg to differ. I hope y'all know my thing is I said both sides, they need to get rid of both sides and evacuate the entire region. That's my logic to the whole conversation. That's my solution. Two people solution. Mika said, did somebody say debate? And for those who don't know, God Logic is debating Captain Tazarayach, a friend of the show, and that's coming up. But I do want to say the whole color thing with debate is the only thing we could show is an image of what the person looks like, look at his background, and say, how do you mean if he's black or white? Are you talking about skin shade of how he looks as far as his skin? Or are you talking about somebody who descends from Africans? Or somebody who descends from people who are of African descent or of who lived in the area who had dark skin? Is that what you mean? So those things have to be defined before we even have a debate. What do you mean by black? What do you mean by white? What those things have to be defined before we have a debate about that. All right. Also, we're going to talk about Kamala Harris and the gender hate. I think a lot of men don't like Kamala Harris. It can't be because of her policies, because her policies are the same policies that Obama had. Her policies are similar to Joe Biden, similar to what the Democrats have been doing. They've been giving out stuff to the community for a long time, different programs, so forth, which all the governments pretty much do. You're going to see a difference in taxes for the middle class. You're going to see a difference in taxes for the rich, the super rich. The Democrats and the Republicans don't differ totally. Like 90% of the stuff they agree on. There's this 10% part. And I'm gonna play a couple of clips just to have that conversation. So the gender hate with Kamala is real. I see that a lot in these brothers who follow the Abrahamic faith, whether it's the Black Hebrew Israelites. I'm not voting for. You can't say you won't vote for her because of her stance on abortion. You can't say that because that's a government. That's her stance. It's not a mandatory stance. Her stance is that we're not banning abortion. If a woman wants to make a decision with her body, she should make it on her own. That's all that is. I mean, I don't know. If you want the government to tell you that you can't take a poop, you can't poop in the morning, that's on you. I'm not into that government free. I'm for less government involvement in what goes on in your bedroom. So that means if you want to be a transgender, if you want to be a homosexual, if you want to be an adulterer, a fornicator, that's a choice that you make. That ain't got nothing to do with me. I don't live those lifestyles. So I don't care about you. That's you in your bedroom. Go do what you do. Shout out to Zay Montego in the building. All right. And we're going to talk about the book of Jasher because I was on Brother Bareen and these brothers are trying to say the book of Jasher is genuine and the Ethiopic version and this version and that version. All right. So we're going to have a couple of things we're going to talk about with that. And also we're going to talk about Whydah. There's a lot of talk about Whydah. Is Whydah Judah? They had a kingdom of Judah in Africa. Oh man, I tell you. And we're gonna also talk about King's Monologue and a couple of his videos. He's welcome to join anytime. All right. So peace and love to everybody out there. Find the root of the wars. How much money do wars create? Yes, you have a great assumption there. I actually agree with that. But I'm saying, think about it for a second. Not Whydah, right? Yeah, this is why and You know, it's funny that the Hebrew Israelites, they like to claim that Whydah is really Judah, right? And I said, let's look at it logically, right? Oh, let me pin the hold on a second. Let me pin the link. Let me pin the link. Let me pin the link. Pin the link. Anybody want to jump on? We could jump on and have some fun, have a discussion about this. And woo, let me see. All right. Every war and conflict that I've lived through, the Christians and Bible believers claim that they were the fulfillment of one biblical prophecy or another. Yeah, they've made that case. They've made that case a lot, and sometimes I laugh because God of the Bible is a cultural deity that was connected to that region in the ancient Near East. Here's a book by a gentleman, Chris Sandoval, The Failure of Biblical Prophecy, a skeptic's review of the evidence. Very good book in my eyes. Now, I'm not saying he's perfect and the end all be all, but I use this book a lot because there's a lot of prophecies in the Bible that don't make sense, that didn't happen, that can't happen in return because it has to do with the kings from back then. So what these people like to do is, oh, it's a dual prophecy. It's supposed to happen in the future, and then they lie. Listen, nothing in the Bible has ever come true. Nothing in the Bible will ever come true. It's just that's just where I'm at. I think the Bible is cultural, compiled together around the 2nd century BC when they had their independence or autonomy as a culture, and a lot of the writings were changed or rewritten to fit the times that they were in. This is why Daniel, the debate about Daniel is that most of it was written in the 2nd century when Antiochus Epiphanes was wrecking shop. That's just what it is. So when we have a war, World War III, this is what the Hebrew Israelites, I see them on Clubhouse talking about a lot. Yeah, the war is coming, so God is coming. So their hope is that when God comes back, he's going to punish white people. They're going to be their slaves. I don't know why anybody would have a skin tone or a race doctrine when race is a social construct that's like a bit over 200 years old. So there was no black and white in the sense of what we have it today. So if you have that mindset and try to put it on the Bible, you're doing what's called an anachronistic approach towards the biblical text, which actually makes your argument null and void. I just want to point that out first and foremost. All right. Shout out to Sean Muhammad in the building. Peace and love to you, King. How you doing? What's on your mind? Oh, you just wanted to be on the chat. You ain't ready to come on in yet? All right. How anybody expect fiction to come true? Exactly. All right.
Daddy.
What's up?
It's not funny.
It's not funny? All right. Gotta tell you a quick story about my son Amir, man. For those who know me, I've been online for years, and my son pretty much grew up in the conscious community and so forth. Sky God, Sky Wheelers. Somebody calling me Gary Links. That's kind of suspicious. And people call me Gary Links. Somebody who I've probably been on the phone with. Sky God, Sky Wheel 420. Give me a second, family. Let me take this phone call. Okay. All the people who know me good call me Gary Links. Ariz, Wagwan Ariz. So I want to say that anybody, by the way, if you have any questions or anything you want to talk about or a topic, we could get into it. First of all, nobody knows if their God is the right God. We are worshiping, we grew up under a cultural deity, meaning that the ancient Near East, the biblical world. Let's look at a biblical map. Let's just Google it. Matter of fact, let me share my screen so y'all can see what I'm doing. I'm not making up anything. Let's just Google a biblical map. Biblical map. So when you see biblical map, biblical story map, biblical maps, knowing the Bible. So let's look at Bible maps. Let's take a look here. So we have the Bible map, download the Near East during the time of the patriarchs, the table of nations. This is pretty good right here. If we could take a look at this one, this is perfect. This is the table of nations in the Bible, Genesis 10. Where in the world is this taking place? If you notice where its locations are, look at the location. I hope y'all getting my point what I'm making. Let's look at it right here. They haven't called you Gary in a long time. Only people who I've been on the phone with or who know me personally for years know me as Gary. That's what my mom used to call me. All right. So if you look at this map right here, this is the entire world for the. Now, I'm going to bring up a Wikipedia article just to make a point. I'm going to make a point. I'm going to make a point. Make a quick point. Hold on 1 second. All right. So kings of the four corners. Hold on 1 second. Let me get this right here. So I'm going to take my time and I want everybody to pay attention. All right. So now this is the biblical map. So every prophecy, every occurrence, culturally speaking, you're talking about the ancient Near East. But in Africa, the places that they're calling Ham is below the sub-Saharan desert, are the sons of who? The sons of Ham. Who are the sons of Ham? You have Phut, which is Libya. You have Egypt, which is Mizraim. You have Canaan, and you have Cush. Cush is what? Nubia in this context. Not Ethiopia of today, but Cush as in, let me make this map bigger for everybody. So everybody could take a look and say, hey, this is what the world is talking about. So when it says the whole four corners of the earth, let's look at that. Let's look at what that means in ancient times. When somebody says four corners of the earth, what are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Hold on. All right, here we go. So let me stop sharing for 1 second. So now you know what the biblical map is. Right? That's the biblical map. Right? Now look at this right now. And the slides is open. If anybody wants to jump on, the people who are in the bushes want to jump on or whatever. Now look at this right here. This is from a Wikipedia article called Akkadian Royal Tutelary. Right? This is what some of their sayings are in Akkadian. You have glorious king of the land. You have king of kings. You know, we argue about kings of kings and lords of lords or whatever. Kings of Sumer and Akkad, kings of the land. King of all people. All peoples included, everybody on the earth. Now look at this one right here. King of all the four corners of the world. King of the four corners of the world. Alternatively, king of the four corners of the universe, usually shortened to king of the four corners. So it's like an idiom. And look at who had the title. Naram Sin. Look at the time period. 3rd millennium BC. Way before there was an Israel. Used in a succession of later empires until its final use by Cyrus the Great. So you don't think the biblical writers were familiar with the term kings of the four corners of the world? You don't think they were familiar? Of course. They were ruled by the Assyrians as an empire, and they were ruled by the Babylonians. Then there's another thing. King of the totality of the four corners, including all their rulers. King of the universe. But what is the location? King of all the four corners of the earth. So when you go to the other Wikipedia article, which has sources, it tells you, I don't want nobody saying in my chat, why are you using Wikipedia? Because it's simpler and it's easier. It's easy. I'm just trying to make a little point. This is not to everybody jump out the window. But I'm trying to tell you that when it says four corners of the world, it does not include America. It don't include. So king of the four corners, king of the four corners of the world, king of the heaven, king of the four corners of the universe. So you're telling me Naram Singh was king of the world? He ruled in Africa? When did he rule in Africa? The title was first used by Naram Sin of the Akkadian Empire in the 23rd century. I remember when what's his name used to teach Alex used to teach that Naram Singh was possibly Nimrod, and he tried to bring Smash Rockwell like that gives it credence. It was just so pseudo, man. Yo, we all used to teach pseudo shit back in the days, boy. I tell you, man, we was a bunch of pseudos. 23rd century BC is the first time it's used. Meaning of the four corners of the world. So look at one point. The term four corners of the world appears in several ancient mythologies and cosmologies, where it roughly corresponds to 4 points of the compass. In most of these representations, 4 principal rivers run to these 4 corners. Their water irrigation, the 4 quadrants of the world. In the view of the Mesopotamian, the Akkadians, the term referred to 4 regions on the edge of the then known world. You see, this is the key word, known world. In the ancient Near East, the known world didn't include the United States of America. It didn't include England. It didn't include Europe as we know it today. It didn't include South Africa, West and Central Africa, where we're from. It didn't, where most of us are from, not all of us. Most of us are from West and Central Africa, root-wise. But the point I'm making is, when you say that it has to do with Luke 21:24, has to do with the Gentiles ruling. And Gentiles, what does Gentile mean, by the way? It doesn't mean that somebody who is not ethnically Israelite. But at that time, there was nobody running around saying they're Israel. Think about it, because Israel got destroyed as a nationality 722 BC around that time when the Assyrians beat them up. So nobody's running around claiming Israel only in a theological sense. People are arguing about Israel, and people who go to the synagogues and say Israel, because it was all about Israel coming back. Israel coming back. People going back to the land and living in the land. All of this is something culturally that was written and compiled together around 2nd century BC. It evolved over the centuries, and that's what it is. It wasn't for us to be arguing today about this is going to happen in the world and World War III is because of this or that. I think we lose sight of what the biblical text is about or what the purpose is. Xavier, you want to jump in?
Yo, I think you just said what I wanted to say, for real, when you just said that we lose sight of what the Bible was actually trying to portray, what they were doing. This was a cultural writing for a specific group of people in a world under constant turmoil and change. And this was their way of writing themselves into that cultural milieu, at that time. That's all it was. They recognized that there were other stories, other ideals, and in order for them to be on the world stage, they had to do what? Write a story. They didn't expect us to be fighting about over this Bible 2,000 plus years from now, bruh. That's crazy. 2,000 years later, you got a world, you got 2 countries that are at each other's necks, ready to wipe each other off the map over a bronze Iron Age book. This is crazy. For real.
Yeah. Walt Disney, peace and love to you. Peace and love. Who are you? And where are you from?
Yuck. Yuck. Yuck.
Walt Disney, your signal is bad. All right. So yeah, I do want to make it clear to everybody, you're free to come on my panel as long as you be respectful and not cursing and carrying on like a hooligan. You should, I'm Jamaican, and if I say hooligan, I'm a Jamaican, definitely a Jamaican. Only Jamaicans use that term. Only Jamaicans. You never hear anybody else from any culture using the hooligan. All right. I don't know what they're trying to do or whatever, but hey, let me just give a shout out to everybody and say, listen, share the show, like the show. And if you want to follow me on Facebook, join the Dagger Squad Scholarship group. Dagger Squad Scholarship. I'm in that group, so y'all can check it out. All right. Now, Magneto. Okay, that's a good point. Let me see what you're saying right here. Them people ain't fighting over no book. That issue is purely about turf boss, land acquisition, period. Well, technically, my brother, it's called the quote-unquote the Holy Land, which has been one of the most unholy places in history. And it's based on the fact that people think that it's a holy land where you have Judea, and you have all these structures, House of David, and all these biblical characters who are also in the Quran. So people are fighting over that land because they want to be the true people who are connected to the land. So that land is a root. If people weren't building, because remember, they want to expand and make Israel what it was in the past. So the Zionists are doing that. And that's what the book did. The book is the one that produced that land. The book is what told the story about that land. So of course it is. What you say, Sabio?
I said bingo. And I don't think people understand that the Bible created the land. And this whole story is based around that. So this is our promised land nonsense. And they have the right, and everybody else is infidels, invaders, not supposed to be there, goyim, whatever you want to call them. This is why this shit is continuing. People don't get it, though.
Keep talking, bro. I'm going to take a break real quick. Keep talking.
People don't get it. I mean, it's weird that people don't really go into the history of how this conflict was created and why this conflict is happening. It tells you in certain parts of the Bible. All you have to do is read it. And you can see what this is over. This is over the Holy Land. And who's going to control this so-called Holy Land? The Muslims controlled it. They lost it. Do y'all not know that they've been fighting over this land for centuries? This one little strip of nonsense. This one little strip.
Yeah, but the World War III, Iran versus Israel stuff, that is bound. The Muslim world wants to destroy Israel. And that's all. And I tell people said that ain't got nothing to do with religion.
I think it goes both ways, though.
Yeah, but they look at the Palestinians as their brothers in Islam. So they want to protect their brothers. And by the way, in this whole situation, I don't see the Palestinians as being wrong or right. I just see that they have a right. They were living there. They have a right. Yeah, Lion Sign, baby. British is the reason why this is all happening, by the way. A lot of people don't know that the British used to actually control that region, and they decided to give it up on the whatever false pretenses that they did. But at the end of the day, the Arabs have a right to live there, but the Arabs are being supported by their brothers in faith. So their brothers in faith, Iran, some in Iraq, some in Syria, some in Egypt, they are Arabs. So they're Arabs and they follow the same religion, so they want to support their brothers. So at the end of the day, that's how they look at it. This is why I say, I've always said it's religious based. Nobody would care about Israel if Israel wasn't in the Bible. Nobody would care about Israel if it wasn't mentioned as far as Jews were mentioned in the Quran. Nobody would care about that area. Nobody. It's like thinking about fighting over Jamaica. Nobody fighting over Jamaica. That's how it would be right now. But because there's so much religious attention, it's the main focus because of the Abrahamic faith. There are going to be continued wars and wars. And then anything happen, oh, it's because God is coming. God is coming.
Bingo. You can tie it back to the Bible. They can tie it back to the Bible. Yep.
They tie it right back to the Bible and say God is coming, and that's the reason why it happened. This is what's horrible. This is what is so horrible about the situation, and it's sad because innocent people are caught in the crossfire of this foolery. Too much stupid people caught up in the crossfire. And we can't do nothing from here. All we saying is, and some of us are glad it is happening, and it's stupid, but some of us are glad. I don't know why are we glad. Why would we be glad that this is happening? So I hear Israelites talking about World War III and God is coming to kill this and that. Y'all in dreamland. There's no, y'all Hebrew Israelites, some of the stuff that y'all teach is just outrageous. It's just crazy at this point. I don't see how people hold to a position. I don't know how people hold to a position and the position don't even make no sense. You don't even know if your God is real. None of them can prove their God is real. It's your faith. So I always say to people, if you have a faith, I can't replace your faith. That's why in my book, there's a whole segment on Black Hebrew Israelites and what they should do as a collective, as far as financials, as far as moving, get their own land, cultivating or creating their own economy, and what they need to do. It's in this book. Everybody think I hate on the Hebrew Israelites. I've never said to them one time, leave your religion. We just argue about this because it's a hobby and it makes my day go by fast when I got shit to do. That's all it is. That's all it is. And another thing too, it's called cultural adoption. We adopted a culture based off of the Bible, the Judeo-Christian mindset. We would trace your roots. If you're a Hebrew Israelite, trace your roots. Was your father, your grandfather, your great-grandfather, your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great, all the way back? Did they follow Hebrew Israelism? No. This is something that was made in America. This is a part of the African-American experience or the Black experience, which is good. And shout out, because my book is coming out. My next book coming out is called Made in America, where I'm going to talk about the different groups and what they did for the African-American experience and a part of the African-American experience. The starting of Rastafarianism, the Leonard Howell sect, was based in Chicago. They used the Pibby Bible. Shout out to True Historian for bringing that out earlier, like 6-7 years ago. Good information. Because I always wondered where my father got his name from. My father's name is Marcus Poston. So I was like, where does the name Poston come from? Poston is the guy in America who was a part of the Rastafarian movement that started here in Chicago. And Marcus is from Marcus Garvey. So I knew what my father, so my grandfather or my grandmother was deeply rooted in the Afro Rastafarian movement. They obviously looked at those names or those people as people who are so forth. All right, shout out to my brother Hassad in the building. Peace and love to you, big bro. Question, Garfield. If I recall, I believe you said the Jews didn't really exist and that the Canaanites are the real Jews. I believe you said that. Not that you believe it, that we are the Canaanites. All right, let me answer this in an awkward way. I don't believe in any way, shape, or form that African Americans or Black folks in the West are Canaanites. I don't see it. I don't believe it. I know that sister that wants to debate you, she believes the Canaanites are white people or and all that stuff. All right. Now, if I recall, I believe you said the Jews didn't really exist. I used to say the biblical Israelites are not real. And the reason why I say that, because in the sense it's a story, right? They're telling a story, and the biblical Israelites come from a person named Jacob. Jacob is considered an eponymous ancestor, somebody that's not real. And we give a quick example so that people could understand where I'm coming from real fast when I'm explaining this. Hold on 1 second. Let me do it this way. So we could be clear and there's no hiccups. So if I said something in the past, this is how I feel at this particular moment. And I don't want anybody to be offended by what I'm saying. I want everybody to listen to where I am coming from. And it's very important. All right, hold on 1 second here. Let me do this. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. File open recently. All right, hold on. Let me do it this way because that's a very, very important question. How I look at things and it's very confusing. So sometimes we have to be clear and show where we're coming from, because then somebody will misquote you and say, hey, but Garfi, you said this in the past. And yeah, we said a lot of stuff in the past. And sometimes you evolve. Like I used to teach Jesus never existed years ago when I just got in the community. That was my whole thing. And through research, I came to the conclusion that there's a historical person behind the scenes here. And we have to be reasonable with what the information. So there's a strong probability that the person in the Bible that's mentioned is based off a historical person. All right. So let's go back to the brother's question real quickly, which is a very good question. All right. All right. So the question again, if I recall, you said the Jews didn't really exist and that the Canaanites are the real Jews. I say the biblical Israelites, in my opinion, it stems from an argument of someone called Jacob. Jacob is a part of the compilation of the foundational myths. Like the Exodus is a foundational myth. The story of Abraham is a part of a foundational myth from a different groups. So if you look at the different groups that you have in the world, you have the Medes. Their progenitor is Medus. Medus is considered not a real person, the eponymous ancestor of the Medes. But when you talk to somebody with a background in that region, they'll tell you about the story of Medus. With the Persians, it's the same thing. Their progenitor is Perseus. The progenitor of the Romans is Romulus. So all these people, Helen is the progenitor of the Hellenistic people. Jacob or / Israel is the progenitor of the Israelites. Now, when we say that the biblical Israelites, the Medus, just because Medus is not a real person doesn't mean Medes don't exist. Just because Perseus don't exist don't mean that Persians don't exist. Just because Romulus is a fictional character don't mean Romans don't exist. So Jacob not being real or being an eponymous ancestor doesn't mean Israelites don't exist. It's just that that person is an eponymous ancestor. They're telling a story or their foundational myth or what's called etiology. They will say where they come from. Don't mean Israelites don't exist. It's the same thing for the Medes, the Persians, the Romans, the Hellenistic Greeks, and so forth. So I hope I'm making myself clear because these are real areas where people come from. So we have to understand what the whole eponymous ancestor is. So when we say we're the scepter of this and Medes, see Medes is on the map. It's an empire. And it's actually the people who helped Babylon at one point to defeat the Assyrians and the Egyptians. So at the end of the day, they existed. But Medus never existed. It's somebody that's told to create what's called an etiology or a foundational myth. Like if Garfield said, I come from Cassia Park in Jamaica, there was somebody, a fictional character named Cassia, where I come from, where the area that's named after, whatever. It's just the same thing. It don't mean I don't exist. It's just that it's a story. My gripe is with all these different traditions that exist, with all these different cultures, they know that their character, Helene or Medus or Perseus, don't exist. In the Bible, though, we are taking it literal that Jacob literally existed. So that's where the Israelites and people who read the Bible get it wrong. They got to understand. They can't say, hey, everybody around in the surrounding kingdoms, in the empires did it, but we are different because we really come from Jacob. So this is why you have a problem proving patriarchs existed. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, all these things. Now, I'm not saying that there's nobody that they stem from or whatever, but the reason why we having arguments all the time, unnecessary arguments, because we won't look at them as eponymous ancestors, or someone who with Abraham it's kind of different because it's not a place name. So there may have been somebody or a group called Abraham. There's a theory about someone out of Egypt, a group where the Egyptians in Seti II's documents are on one of his steles. He referenced to like an Abraham tribe. So it's possible, but that's in his time period. So in his time period, there was a group of people in the Levant calling themselves the Abraham. So maybe that could be the root of where Abraham comes from, through that tradition. So through memory. So those are the things that we need to understand with the biblical text. All right. Okay, nobody appears out of thin air. Okay. You see, now you're coming from a biased perspective, which is fine. Now, Abraham, I just gave a reason why the name could have been Abraham. Jacob, if you notice, there's 9 different archaeological finds where they found some, I forgot what they call a little small thingy with Jacob on it, or Yacober, which is mentioned from the Hyksos king or whatever. So the name Jacob is there, and some people think that it could be a deity, could have been called Jacob. Who knows? I'm not 100%. The Nation of Islam thinks about Yaqub being the creator of the white race. So that they use it to interpret it. So anybody can use the Bible and do what they want to do with it. You understand what I'm saying? But again, to get back to the brother's question, which was a very good question from Hassan, I do believe there are historical Israelites. There's no doubt in my mind about historical Israelites. I think that years later, people writing off memory and living within different cultures, you see loan words and so forth. So when people are dating the biblical text, the loan words is important. So Egyptian loan words is telling you, hey, boom, boom, boom. The northern Israelites could read hieratic. So let's let that think in for a second. They could literally read hieratic. So if they could read hieratic, that means they were able to read Egyptian documents. So you might see some similar stories, Psalms 104 or something in Proverbs that's similar. They were reading text. They could read Sumerian text. If you notice, not to stereotype Jews in history, but if you look at the traditions in the medieval times and before, who is always the translators? The people who are Jews. They've always been good with languages. They're just always the best when it comes to that. All right? All right. Hey, Hassan, everybody is biased. Hey, I'm not disproving. I'm not disproving anything. I'm just putting the evidence out there. This is why you have a problem proving patriarchs existed. Even when you look in the archaeological record, they say, "Would you find Abraham? Is it possible?" Some of the things that's attached to Abraham. Let's look at that for a second. Since the brother brought up the whole thing about what you call it, I think that the Israelites, and I'll give a quick example again. If we look at this right here, all these different names that's been attributed to these folks, you see eponymous heroes in different cultures. Look at Athens. You see all these bricks that you see on your screen? These are the 10 tribes in Greece. So that type of writing about tribes and 12 and 10 is already in another culture. I'm not saying they copied it, but you could see the influence of the 12 tribes. And if you look at my book, I talk about the primeval history. The primeval history is from Genesis 2:4 to Genesis 12. That was written after the ancestral history. The ancestral history, if you don't know, or the ancestral tradition, is from Genesis 12 all the way to Genesis 50. So that was written first. So the primeval history is to give you a tradition to go with the ancestral history. You see, if you don't know these things, you can't understand your biblical text. And of course, I'm basing this off of research and what scholars have put out, and actually what makes the most sense. So if you have other cultures that have 10 and 12 tribes, you got to ask yourself, okay, so what does that mean? You look at these different tribes in the Greek culture, and of course, the Greeks, the time when the Septuagint and the Hebrew text was compiled may have been in the time period when 2nd century, 3rd century BC, where the Greeks already had their traditions. So you as Jews who are rewriting, you may have written it in context of the time period that you're living. You were under the Greeks. So you start writing about a 12 tribe history. You start writing about 10 tribes. You start writing all these different things. So you start writing in that context. It's just like certain writings you could tell during the Persian time period. Certain writings were in the Assyrian time period. The 7 day, like the 7 day week. Where did the Bible get 7 day week from? According to the Bible, he did it in 7 days. But in history, you can't find an account of them in Canaanite region celebrating a 7 day week. You can't find it until they have a connection with the Assyrians and the Babylonian, and their calendar was a 7 day week. So you could put 2 and 2 together. You can't just say God wrote it and you have no evidence. So what do archaeologists and historians do is they do this to do what? They're trying to find a solution or answer the questions that you might not have. Although you believe in the text, you don't have an original text. You don't have a primary text to go by. So you don't really know when the book was written, when it was compiled. You have estimates. You have probabilities. So when you talk with a definite, you're definitely going to be off because somebody's going to find information to prove you wrong. It's like the Sabbath in the Bible. If you look at the elephantine material, when you celebrate the Sabbath now, you can't do no work. But in the Sabbath in the elephantine community, you could do anything as usual. So that's a different Sabbath. And those people were nearer to the culture than we are. So that means Sabbath may have evolved with the writings, have evolved to what it means today. You know what I'm saying? It's certain things that in like Passover and Elephantine. That's a good example. The Passover and Elephantine is not the same Passover we have today. It was an agricultural festival. But anyway, let me get to this final point about this and let's get this out of the way. Was Abraham in the part of the sense like the Greek heroes? Well, anyway, the problems in Genesis, and people might ask, I will believe the Bible before. Okay. Ur of Chaldees is mentioned. Chaldees as a kingdom wasn't until when? 6th century BC with the Chaldean kings under Nebuchadnezzar. So how you writing Ur of Chaldees when the Chaldeans never even existed? That's anachronistic. Again, they're writing in a time period or familiar with the Babylonian time period. This is how they say a lot of Genesis was possibly written during the Babylonian exile, during the exile, or after the exile, because Chaldean kings is Nebuchadnezzar and them boys. The kings in Genesis 14, none of them have been proven to have existed. So if you're writing about, if this is the word of God and he's writing exact, we have a king's list from Elam. We have king's list from the surrounding regions. So the kings that they said existed, we can't find none of them existed. That don't seem to be right. This right here, a question sign with the Philistines. When did the Philistines come to the Levant region? They came around the 12th century or the 13th century BC. This is way after Abraham. So how could he be talking about involved with Philistines and their king? The king is Abimelech, is a Philistine king. How could he have been involved with Abimelech if the Philistines never came to the region before 13th century, 600 to 700 or 600 to 800 years after Abraham? So that's anachronistic. Camels were in the Levant, but they weren't domesticated until later on in Israel. So that's another problem. The Hittites never came to the region until 1650 BC. That's on record. So the 1650 BC, there was no Hittites until then. That's way after Abraham again, 400 years after Abraham. So what Hittites? And by the way, to Hittites in the Genesis account in the Pentateuch is referring to Canaanites. Hittites is not the real Hittites of history. So that's another conversation for another time. And my proof to that is when Abraham said, Garfield don't know the Bible, Genesis 23:7, he talks about the Hittites. He wants to be buried in the town of the Hittites. He was talking about Canaan, the promised land. So you know the Hittites that he's referring to is Canaanites. Arameans again, another time period. Sodom and Gomorrah. I won't even get into that. Beersheba. Beersheba, if you're going to Beersheba, me and Captain Tazarayach had a back and forth on Sarnetta a couple years ago. Had to beat him up on this Beersheba argument. In Genesis 26 and Genesis 21, it says Abraham is the reason why you have Beersheba. And in one part, it says Isaac is the reason why you have Beersheba. It's called a doublet when the story is told twice, but different people playing the same role. So in my book, I do point out from Joel Baden's work and others where there's doublets in the Old Testament where the same story is told twice. So it's not a contradiction, it's different writers. This is why a part of the JEPD theory, there's some realistic arguments can be made to support it, and there's some arguments made to not support it, but it makes sense that there's different writers telling the same story. So Isaac tradition, based some scholars think Isaac's position is older than Abraham, and Abraham copied Isaac's world. Because if you read the story about Abimelech and the Philistines, you see it with Isaac, and you see the same storyline with Abraham, and they're both talking about how Beersheba got its name. And another thing, ladies and gentlemen, Beersheba did not exist until like around the 12th century BC. So Abraham or Isaac could not have made it up or have played a part in that role of building that well if the well didn't exist until 800 years after Abraham. This is facts. So when you say the Bible, I go with the Bible. This is just archaeology and history ripping it apart right here. Ripping it apart. All right, cool. All right. And look at this guy. He's supposed to be contradicting what I'm saying, right? Look at him.
Trying to make Abraham real.
Look at this. Hittites existed roughly from 1800 to 1200 with their empire primarily flourished in the region of Anatolia. Right. But 1800 BC, that's even after Abraham, beloved. So you're proving my point. According to the Bible, no, he lived around 2100 BC, brother. And by the way, again, the Hittites in the Bible are Canaanites. If they existed in the Anatolia region, why would Abraham say he want to be buried where the Hittites are? Come on. Abraham is only real to a believer.
Right. Right. Abraham is only real to a believer. Like, I don't even know how to get to Abraham from Adam and Eve.
Why would a real person be attached to fake stories? The ancient Near East practice. The question is sometimes asked whether it is reasonable to assume that the Israelites would have told stories about imaginary ancestors. Why would ancient Israelites have accepted traditions about these people if they were not in fact real? The truth is, however, that we have plenty of examples in the ancient world where mythological figures, including divinities, were understood to be real, even though we know that they weren't. It's just a part of it. Some scholars theorize that the ancestor stories were created in such a way to connect the origins of Israel with Mesopotamia, Abraham's original homeland, rather than the land of Canaan. Genesis insists on distinguishing Israelites from Canaanites, who are defined throughout the Hebrew Bible as slaves and sexual deviants. The archaeological record, however, tells a different story. All right.
Hey, you know what? I'm getting tired of the so-called Bible thumpers saying that atheists and anti-theists are not supposed to talk about the book that we don't believe in. Yes, we are. Content young. So what
Hold
thing you know?
Hold on a second. Time out. No. I appreciate the view, brother. Thanks for checking me out. And the problem I have with you is you're saying black people allowing a black atheist. I don't normally claim atheism. I normally claim I'm an agnostic. Either way, it don't matter to me. I don't. You see, the problem is you grew up in a Judeo-Christian paradigm. So you have to defend your master's religion because you got it from your white master. If we want to play the color game, you would not know the Bible if it wasn't for the quote-unquote white man.
Right.
So you need to thank that white man who gave you your religion. And now you're saying it's black people's history when the history you were taught was by the white man. Everybody right now who claims to be a Hebrew Israelite, go back to some white guy, except for the ones who came over as servants and adopted the religion and was released through manumission. So there's black people who are following Judaism. This is why I endorse my guests on the when they come on my platform. This guy right here wrote one of the best books, whatever. One of the best books. Bruce Haynes. And y'all better get Bruce Haynes' book. I'm gonna start blocking y'all. This is the best book on black people and Judaism. Everybody else, Rudolph Windsor, all them foolishness, garbage. This is scholarship from a top PhD in California who actually follows Judaism as a convert, but found out later that he was actually a Jew connected to Sephardic Jews that came over. So see, black people are Jews in some contexts. You could find them here in the Americas. I don't know why people don't use his sources to try and beat me up about black people being Jews in America. I don't know why. It's the most sensible view. All right. All right, Mr. 707. This is what I'm gonna do, brother. I'm gonna time you out. I'm gonna give you the opportunity. I like when people come on and bark and carry on and get emotional, but I want you to come on the panel and talk about it. Bruce Haynes was a gentleman that me and also he talked about the social construct of being black. He that's one of the best interviews I ever did. I got to bring him on during the so-called Black History Month and do what we got to do. All right, here's a question for me right here. Matter of fact, let me go all the way back up and get any questions. And again, I want to make it clear that Israelites are real in history, but they're as a nationality. I don't know if Brother Hassan would agree with this. There's no nationality for Israel because they were conquered by the Assyrians. So what happened is some of the priesthood evacuated and went to Judah. So that's why the doctrine started to change towards Genesis 49 being changed. And Garfield, why do you mean Genesis 49 has changed? I don't know if people realize it, but Genesis 49 is written in two different writers. You could tell somebody's talking in the first person, like they're talking to, second person and third person in Genesis 49. I think verse 17 and 18. And then earlier on, you see that I think they're talking to Jacob, I think, if I remember correctly. I have it in my slides. I could bring it up. But Genesis 49, Deuteronomy 33, and Judges 5 are when you talk about the 12 tribes, you see that those writings are considered old writings, but they were changed over time period. So in the northern kingdom, those priests in the northern kingdom, some of them fled to the southern kingdom when the Assyrians came. They said an estimate of 80,000. That's what the archaeological record says. Finkelstein and others have spoken about it. Pamela Barmash, who is our female rabbi and archaeologist, has done some beautiful work on that. But look at this though. That's when Judah, if you notice, Judah, Simeon, Benjamin, and Levi starts to be like the main guys in the Bible of being attached to it. Have you ever noticed a map of Israel? Look at this family. I'm gonna teach y'all something right now. I'm gonna teach y'all something that y'all never noticed before. Some of y'all may have noticed this before, but have you ever noticed? Look at this right here. Hold on 1 second. Let me get this right here. Boom, 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 boom. Have you ever noticed this right here? Right here. You see, have you ever noticed a map of Israel? Hold on, I need a better map. Sorry. Need a better map. Need a better map of Israel. You're talking about Israel right now. Need a better map. Garfield, where's the better map? Here we go. Have you ever noticed, look on the screen, where's Simeon located? Simeon geographically, and how they created this map of the 12 tribes that we see all over the internet is based off of the scriptures. Simeon is within the confinements or geography of Judah. How are they considered a northern tribe? Just something I just want everybody to think about for a second. So if the Assyrians came and took the so-called 10 tribes, unless it's later on Simeon got the geographic location, it makes absolutely no sense. How is Reuben a northern tribe east of Judah, below the geographical location of where Benjamin would be located? So when you say the 10 tribes were taken based off of 2 Kings and whatever, 18:11 or whatever, or 17:6, how is Simeon taken and Reuben taken? How? And you know, the main place where they came was Samaria, I think Samaria is located right here. So if you really want to get into what the Assyrians took, they claim they took 40,000, which was probably less than 10% of the population. So this is where we have a problem with that. But anyway, I see my brother want to jump on and beat me up. Oh, that's Savior. I thought it was the brother that came on to beat me up. I'm just saying. Not saying I know everything about the Bible. I'm just trying to point out, again, if you believe in the God of the Bible, live by the law. Don't bear false witness against your neighbor. Don't lie on your brother. Don't commit adultery. Don't steal. Don't rob. All those things are beautiful. And a matter of fact, those things are the only thing that's a law in America is thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal. Those are the two things that are law. Outside of that, the so-called Judeo-Christian society allows everything. You could be a homosexual. You could be whatever you want to be. So that's where people who are voting now saying, hey, I don't support this party because of my religious, but the whole world, the whole law's in it. All right. I just want to make it clear to everybody. All right. My next book, Made in America, I actually have a chapter being done by Chuck Morgan. I'm having scholars write the chapters. because I do want to give the Black Hebrew Israelites their props of what they've done. I'm going to talk about the group in the 20s who have Canaan in Virginia from the Cherry and those groups, original groups who are considered Black Hebrew Israelites. I want to give them their props for what they did for the country and what they continue to do today. The Moorish Science Temple, I'm going to do a chapter on that. I'm going to do a chapter on the Nuwapians. Chuck Morgan is doing it. I'm doing a chapter on the Rastafarians, doing a chapter on all these different groups that's made in America. The African-American experience is a beautiful experience with different groups. And the book is going to be called Made in America. Now, it's part 2 to misconception and misinformation. I'm going to have 300 reasons why I will never be a Black Hebrew Israelite. That's going to be the part 2 to that book. All right. Let me see if there's any other question. Shout out to my brother Yara in the building, one of the most intelligent brothers. I don't know if he calls himself a Hebrew Israelite, but he considers himself to be a guy that believes in the Bible, old and new. And his breakdown, and I'm going to say this about Yara. He might be surprised that I'm saying it. His breakdowns is totally different than everybody out there. There's nobody that has the breakdowns that Yara has. And I listen to when Yara speaks. You know, not that we agree or nothing, but I just listen to him. All right. Okay. So we were talking about Israel and this. I want to get back to something that's important. All right. Shout out to Chuck Morgan. This is Chuck Morgan, by the way. Follow his channel or follow Chuck Morgan. All right. Cedric, stop trolling me. I do hold to Jesus being historical. Let me see if there's any other question. The Bible is 100% facts. Okay, did Abraham really have men grab his balls as an oath? In Genesis 24:2 or Genesis 47:29, did Joseph have Jacob, who is the progenitor of Israel, have people grab his balls? In Genesis 47:29, the Yarek oath. Do you believe in the Yarek oath? Real talk. I'm going to tell you what's not facts. When it says in Ezra that Cyrus said all of God's people could return to that he actually did that. In the historical, on the records that we find through history and through the great works of archaeology, we have the Cyrus cylinder. And it don't agree with the biblical text. All right? My boy said Abraham is capped. There is something behind the whole Abraham thing, and let's not be emotional about it. His name was Abraham, and it changed to Abraham. But there is something there because it's a personal name. With Jacob and all that stuff, you could see the name Jacob all over. They found a bunch of Abrahams in history, by the way, in archaeological records, but they don't match up with the biblical text. So the name Abraham was popular. All right. Content Young, you're too emotional, bro. You're too emotional. Shout out to Most Excellent Theophilus. Subscribe to his channel. He be breaking down what them Israelites be talking about the Bible. All right, here's a good question. The secret things belong unto the Lord.
Real Yara. Yara said yes. The Yarek oath. They grabbed Abraham's penis to swear an oath. He said yes.
Where do these writings come from? Which argument has more written evidence? I guess you're trying to say that they took from other cultures and whatever. Listen, listen. In my book, I wrote about something called "Stories Have No Borders," and I don't want to say copying anymore because in our community we use that word because we talk about Christianity copied from Egypt. There's nobody copying. You live. If an empire ruled over you, more than likely that empire's deity is looked as more powerful. So if you're ruled by a different culture, sometimes you will adapt certain things like the calendar that the Jews have today. It has survived times over 2,500 years, brothers and sisters. This is the same calendar that the Babylonians used. And it's mixed with a little of the Greek stuff about the 19 years. Every 19 years this happened or whatever, 7 and 19 years. So there's a lot of different things within the calendar system which comes from Babylon. And those words that they use for their calendar names come from Babylon. They have a date, they have a month called Tammuz. Wasn't the Bible against Tammuz? Go ahead, Sabio, say something real quick.
You say what?
Go ahead and talk real quick.
Oh, I'm just sitting back. like trying to figure out when are we going to stop looking at these Levantinian stories and accepting these Mediterranean stories and accept something from where our ancestors actually came from. You know, it really bothers me just when I be watching these and be in these discussions and I'll be watching these shows, how everybody will run to the Jesus narrative. They will overlook anything that their ancestors, their grandmother, their great grandmother, their auntie, their cousin, they have told them about their family from Africa. Like it's weird. It's like all the African deities just disappeared and died when Yahweh popped up. Once Yahweh came on the scene, once Yahweh and Jesus came on the scene, Africans said, forget.
Hold on one second. Sunshine Sean, so the map is fake. What map? The map that's there? No, I'm saying this map is actually based off of what's written in the Bible. So the map is not fake. Are black Israelites even real or not? Confusing. I don't know what a black Israelite is. You'd have to break that down for me. What context are you referring to? Because that word black is used and misused. We can't attach the word black the way how we use it now. It's anachronistic. We can't do that. All right, Elder Yara, Simeon, Benjamin, Reuben, Levi, smaller tribes sent among Judah to the south. All right. Mark those who cause division. I guess, hey, truth has no friends, bro. So content young, you're free to come on as long as you're being respectful. I'm good to go.
And you know, he asked who cause more divisions, atheists and I told him straight out, religions cause more division. Look at all the religions in the world.
Good job. So, well, then why give props to black Israelites? Now, if you're talking about the black Hebrew Israelites, their group was made in America. So I'm giving African Americans their props for creating a group to try to figure out who we are. The Moorish Science Temple, even the Nawapians, who I hate. I'm going to give them the opportunity through Chuck Morgan to talk about how they got developed. It's all made in America, the Nation of Islam, the Hebrew Israelites, the Moorish Science Temple, Nawabianism, the Urban Black Church. It's all made in America. And we have to understand the African-American experience is a beautiful experience that we shouldn't run from, because that experience is what has produced us and made us and elevated us all these years. You know, it's like when we talk about voting, people are like, I'm not voting. People died for us to vote. And I say us because now I'm an American citizen. I have to vote. Whether I vote for Trump or Kamala or only local elections, we should all vote. That's why the people died for that. Martin Luther King used to get hosed down, bro. This man, people got killed just to line up to vote, and we gonna talk about elections like it's nothing. Even if you don't like Trump or you don't like Kamala, you got to at least vote in your local elections and get involved. This is why we have no change. We don't have no lobbyists. We need lobbyists to push and back what we're doing. So this is why some of these reparation stuff don't get moved, because we don't have no backing. We're not showing, hey, listen, we got a lobbyist, and this is who we're lobbying doing. The black church controls 90% of the African-American community for the longest. They are the #1 networking agency within the black community. So whichever way the black church goes, that's where the election goes. So people say, well, I'm not giving away my vote. I'm not voting because, so you want to vote for a man that want to control what you do in your bedroom. I would never vote for Trump. Never. I ain't got nothing to do with Republican or Democrat. I would never vote for Trump. And anybody does, you just as dumb as him. But anyway, let me get to this. Yes, the Yarok oath, they grab Abraham's penis to swear an oath. Yep. Thank you, Yara. Appreciate that. All right, hold on 1 second. Byron, Israel, yeah, Iran don't want that smoke. I don't know if it was an Egyptian practice, Elder Yara. I'm not clear on that part. I know it was something more in the Roman Greek era. This is just telling you when that part of the oath was added to the Bible, because that was an oath they were familiar with. It's just like running around in the symposium, in the gymnasium. They used to run around naked And they used to hate on the Israelites because the Israelites or the Jews were circumcised. So they used to be like, yo, you circumcised, yo, you can't be in the gym. They used to watch each other's private parts. It's crazy. People don't know this about them Greeks. Them Greeks is crazy, man. They have you running around naked like crazy in the gym. And as a Jew, why would you even want to run around with another bunch of men naked? Hugh Dixon. I have a brother who believes in the Bible who knows his familiar name Elder Yara. He just confirmed that. I'm not even fighting. Yes, definitely covering Crowdy and his magical ways and Cherry and all of them. I'm covering all of them, and we're going to talk about them even existing today. So everybody think because of YouTube, you see the quote-unquote Black Hebrew Israelites, but there's other Israelites who made and paved the way for them. I'm going to talk about Pavlovich, who's the father of the Falasha Jews, who used to give money to all these groups. And he's the one that convinced Wentworth to be an Israelite, an Old Testament only. Thank you, man. I don't know about the Muhammad part. How can I join the screen? Click the link at the top, my brother. Why vote for man? It's on the walls of Kemet. I know they did stuff with circumcision and stuff. I did the show the Eric Oath. Okay.
He talked about he trying to prove to me that the Shashua Yahweh was worshipped by Africans or some shit.
Like they worship Yahweh in Egypt. That's a All right, cool. All right, so let me get back to this slide right here. Let me get back to these slides for a second. Talk about something else. Hold on 1 second. So the 12-tribe chart, the elders may have been influenced by outsiders. According to my brother Reggie, my former brother Reggie, is this where the one at West elders got the chart from? The little book key. He pointed out that the God's 12 was here and they did this and that. And by the way, there's a group that Abba Bivens was a part of, an Ethiopian group, where the guy in Jamaica, he had a 12-tribe chart and he was connected to Abba Bivens. I'm not saying that's the reason where he got the 12-tribe chart from, but they had a 12-tribe chart in Jamaica with the Rastafarians, and he was familiar with that Ethiopian group. This is the Mormons. They were the ones that started saying Central Americans is this and that tribe, and this is Shem. So all of this played a role in developing stuff. But what I do point this out from a video, I clipped this from a video from Useful Charts. He talks about cult characteristics. In your group, do you have a charismatic leader who is the ultimate authority? Do you have uniformity of beliefs and behaviors? Do you have an elitist attitude combined with separation from the larger society? Like, yeah, we're better. We're not like the world. We're this. Do you have weird or wacky beliefs that fall outside of societal norms? King James is black. All these different things. One West is a cult. It's
cult-like mentalities. Man.
Hey, you know, these books right here, Israel and Britain, man, y'all got to check that book out. Y'all got to check that book, The United States and Britain in Prophecy. You got to talk about Anglo-Israelism, British Israelism, and how it actually influenced One West. And all they did was switch Anglo-Israelism or British Israelism, which is based on white folks and white supremacy.
Yep, and made them black.
Everybody else black.
Yeah.
So you see, these are the places that they say they are. Native Americans, then Mamar, they're saying that the Israelites, these people, what you call it? So One West, ladies and gentlemen, and remember Ford was kicked out of UNIA because he wanted everybody to be a Jew. Yep. So Rabbi Ford gets kicked out of UNIA. This is Rabbi Wentworth. I won't get into who that white woman is. Jake Spatlovich, who was funded by Baron de Rothschilds to find Africans to validate Zionist false claims of actual history. So they went to Africa to find them. Look at this right here. astounded the Ethiopian Emperor Menelik II with his fluent command of the country's languages and told him that the Ethiopian Jewish tribes were connected to white Jews elsewhere in the world. So Faitlovich was funded by the Rothschilds. Not a conspiracy, it's real history. This is going to be my book, Made in America. Wentworth convinced by Faitlovich he becomes a rabbi. In the meanwhile, Professor Jacob Faitlovich of Union Hebrew College, who was making an exploratory trip in Ethiopia, studying the various races and their ethnical backgrounds, came back in 1929 and reported that the Falashas of Ethiopia originated from the stock of Israel and were Ethiopian Hebrews. That was enough for the then Reverend Matthew. He embraced the Hebrew faith and in 1930 received his rabbinate and became Rabbi Matthews. So hey, root from the white man. Can't get around it, man. So Abba Bivens, from Abba Bivens, you had the Mashar Yakub, you had the 7 guys or whatever, and they broke off and they did their thing. And then you had the House of David and all these guys, IUIC, GMS, House of Israel, Israelite Church of God in Jesus Christ. This guy, Tazarayach, he died in jail of COVID, right? He used to make videos, man. I remember he used to make music videos and he had a doll of himself making graven images. That's crazy. GOCC. And of course, General Yohana in the building. Aria. Did you get your Bible from white folks? Genesis 49, Deuteronomy 33, Judges 1, Judges 5, Joshua 13, 19. All right. Let me not get into this right here. Yeah, if the 12 tribes of the Bible are really just geographic locations, ethnic groups, and local deities who creative writers made them eponymous ancestors, then how are you related to them? All right, I don't want to get into all of this stuff right here. All right, let me. How does one determine Judah separate from other tribes per se? Where most slaves come from. So that's a geographic map where most slaves come from. Like in America, slaves came from Zimbabwe and all them places, but a very minute amount that came. Hold on a second. Let me see if there's any more questions. Mika, you're a Tazarayach. Leave Mika alone, bro. What tribe am I? All right, anybody else? Oh man, Dr. York want to attach to everything. Let me see what Mayara says. Cannot be substantiated or taken as historical. Yeah. Where most of the slaves come from. This is where they come from. Most of the slaves come from West and Central Africa, 39%. All right. Southeastern Africa, Mozambique and Madagascar, 4.7%. But only a little bit, probably less than 500 of them came to the Americas for Southeastern Asia. Nigeria, where the Igbos are, 14.6%. Bight of Benin, 20.2%, and so forth. Top 10 tribes, the Bakongo of the Democratic Republic, So we know the tribes. I don't think people realize how well documented the slave trade is. African ethnicity is prominent in North America and the Caribbean. So if you come from a certain region, we could actually trace who you come from. We have the records where you're from the Mandingo, you're from this, Makua, Yoruba, Igbo, Fan. Yeah, we got all the records exist. This is the regional origins of Africans arriving in North America straight from them, not through intercontinental slave trade. You straight from Africa to the Americas. The most people came from West and Central Africa. Now watch this. I want y'all to pay attention to this. Most people come from West and Central Africa. The next most come from the Bight of Biafra, right? Which is the Igbo, 92,000. Then the next amount come from Senegambia. Then the next most come from, what is it? The Gold Coast, where the Akan and then people, and then Sierra Leone, and after that you have the Windward Coast, and then Bight of Benin, and then Southeast Africa, 7,535. I did say 500, but let's see. Okay. All right, no problem. I'll work with that. Now, this is what's wrong with the chart too. You have Yoruba, Akan, and Igbo are all in Haiti, Jamaica, North America. How do you differentiate them between Ham and Shem? And also, how do you differentiate them between tribes? Because if the Yoruba comes from one area, how are you giving them a tribal and their different ethnic traditions are in all these countries? How do you differentiate and say this one is from this tribe or that tribe? That don't make no sense. Garfield said it was the white man. So did the white man tell Queen WW3 to write a letter to bring their people? I don't know what you're talking about. If you could click the link and we could have a conversation about it. I can't argue with you in the chat. Can't do that.
Man, it's crazy.
So it's all that selling us and breaking up family. They have exact record. Yeah, where you come from. They actually, if you go on the website for the slave voyages, it actually breaks down the tribal area you come from.
Mm-hmm.
The records are good. You, Dixie, you got to understand, all the slaves were insured. So if you're insured, trust me, they could trace back to where they come from.
Hey, you want to know something crazy? There's a brother that be on Cuba the show named the evolutionist, right? He did a DNA test. Why does he have, me and him both have Esau DNA, Garfield? He has like 14%, and you know I got 33%, but our DNA is basically aligned. Like we have the same markers, the same groups, damn near. So this should show that there's connections in like the DNA goes back to certain tribes. Like we actually looked at our DNAs together. It said Esau and then like the tribes underneath. He got Mende, I got Mende. Like we have the same tribes damn near.
Can you prove Judah was an actual person and not a geographic location? First reference to Judah was by the Assyrians, Ahaz, king of Judah, 8th century BC. The tribe of God. We know the tribe of God is mentioned in the Misha Stele, and that's white man's archaeology, white man's science. So the Misha Stele says, but the Dibonites were not the only tribe living on this strip of land. The Gadites lived there as well. And the men of God dwelt in the land of Ataroth from ever, and the king of Israel built Ataroth for himself, and I fought against the city and captured it, and I killed all the inhabitants. Now, he killed all the inhabitants of Israel. This is the only contemporaneous extra-biblical reference that we know of to any of the biblical tribes of Israel. Ataroth is only a few miles west of Dibon, and both are listed as Gadite towns in Numbers 32-34, one after another, which at first glance makes the Misha Stele and the biblical record tally well. But if we read the above text carefully, we can see that the Misha does not call God Israel. He claims that while God had always lived in the land of Ataroth, at some point the king of Israel came and built Ataroth. In other words, this suggests that God was a native Transjordian tribe that had been conquered by the king of Israel. And for those who don't know the term God, shout out to my brother Divine Prospect. He used to claim God until I brought this out and saw Netta in front of him. Is God a person or a deity? God is the name of a deity of good luck, equivalent to the Greek Tish and Latin Fortuna. God is mentioned together with many in Isaiah 65:11 as being worshipped in post-exilic Judah. The God is also attested in personal names, Gadai in Numbers, Gadiel, Numbers 13:10, Asgad, Ezra 2:12, and place names, example, Baal God, Joshua 11:17, Migdal God, Joshua 15:37. Most probably in the sense of an appellative, meaning good fortune, rather than as the name of a deity, as God of fortune. God is attested in text from Canaan, Phoenicia, Haran, and Arabia. So God is a deity in Canaan way before there was an Israel.
Way before there was an Israel.
To the earliest West Semitic attestations of the God, attention must be paid first to Gedi as an element of personal names in the Ugaritic, Amorite, Phoenician, and Punic. And again, this is from the Dictionary of Deities and Demons in the Bible. God as a divine name. But the problem now is the Igbo people claim the tribe of God. If you notice, they're claiming they are from God, another so-called northern tribe. If you notice something about the Africans, right? This is what messes up all of their beliefs. If you notice something about the Africans normally don't claim the southern tribes. They claim the northern tribes. So they're claiming God, but you're claiming that they're Judah. They don't claim that. So you're telling the people with the culture that, oh, you're part of my chart. Oh, my brother. No, we not that. We not that. Shout out to Israel Bound in the building, man. What's up, Israel Bound?
What's up, Garfield? I just swung through one time to cut you one time and burn out. Hey, how you just listen? And you just within the last 3 minutes, so we ain't very far in history, as referenced in this video. You just said that Judah was basically non-existent because you're saying that there's no way to prove it. Historically, so to say. But
right, let me be clear. Judah is a geographic location. What they're doing is giving those names to tribes like Judah is a real person that they come from. It's called etiology. So if you don't know what an eponymous ancestor, hold on, brother, hold on. If you don't know what an eponymous ancestor is, this is how they wrote. Let me go back to what you're talking about right here. Because you want to be Judah, right? Because Judah gets the scepter.
No, I don't subscribe to the 12 tribe chart. Go ahead though.
No, whether you do or not, I'm just saying. But do you want to be Judah though, out of all the tribes?
That would be ideal. I mean, who wouldn't want to be that?
Why?
Hey, you said what now?
Why would you want to be Judah?
Well, according you said why would I?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, according to the text, you know what I'm saying? Like, that is the tribe of the tribes, right? Like, so, I mean, but it'd be a vain thing to wish you, to be anything other than what the Most High created you to be, you know what I'm saying? But just in theory, just in, saying that, hey, that's the tribe of the tribe. So I'm gonna refrain from even feeding into that because I'm where I'm supposed to be, whatever that may be. But scratch all of that, Garfield, because what you not understanding is if you disconnect from the text, then you're really no longer a part of the conversation because the text gives the people who believe in it a clear-cut understanding of what's going on here. Now, though, even though you're not a subscriber to the text, you understand that the text says that the Most High scattered the Israelites across the four corners of the earth, right? And now we're having menial conversations about Judah, and now it's a year.
When did you join the live stream? When did you join the live stream?
Probably about 30 minutes ago.
Okay, so you missed what I talked about this. But go ahead though, continue.
So what I'm saying is, so if you acknowledge that you have a geographical location called Judah, and let me freestyle flow. This is how well I freestyle, because I don't got no notes or nothing on this shit. But you got a land that's identified as Judah, and you subscribe to that. You admit to that. Now you have to tell us, how did it get that name? Where did the name Judah come from? Because all the other names, that land was identified as Canaan before it was ever ascribed to being Judah. So what are you talking about?
The word Judah. What does the word Judah mean?
The word Judah is a man.
What does the word mean?
Worshipper of Yah.
No. What does the word Yahuda mean?
I'm not sure right now what the name actually means. Jarfield, enlighten me.
Because it means to be praised. So what I'm suggesting to you is when put the common sense hat on for a second. Judah is a place, right? A location. Every area has a name, right? Like Assyria. Assyria comes from the deity called Ashur. God, G-A-D, was living in that area way before there was even an Israel. There was a God there because we have evidence from the Canaanite time periods or earlier when in the Ugaritic culture, they're using the term God, G-A-D. And Israel, according to the Misha Stele, went over there and conquered that area named Transjordan area during the time of the Misha Stele. So we know there was an area called God. They weren't connected to Israel at all. They were separate. What I'm saying to you with Judah is very important. Now, let me deal with two things one time. The four corners of the world appears in several ancient mythologies and cosmologies where it roughly corresponds to the 4 points of the compass. In most of these representations, 4 principal rivers run to these 4 corners, their waters of the world. In the view of the Mesopotamians, because this was being used by Naram Singh from the 2300s BC. It's the first reference we have of 4 corners of the world. Now, does it mean that the person controls the entire world? No. This is just a saying. It's like an idiom that's used within the culture that the Israelites adapted. So in their writings, now let me show you one more thing real quickly, just to make that point. This is the biblical map. This is the entire world based off the Table of the Nations. It don't include West and Central Africa. It don't include South America, North America. It don't include Russia. It don't include Asia. It don't include none of those areas. It don't include South Africa, barely East Africa. It don't include every area. So when they're writing about the 4 corners of the world, you have to put yourself in that context. So now because, hold on, brother, I made you talk. I never interrupted you one time. Not one time. Just listen. You see, you're listening to disagree instead of just listening to what I am saying. The Bible does not care about America. The only reason why we care about America and put the Bible in context because we grew up in a Judo-Christian society. So the Christians won a war. If the Ottoman Empire had won certain wars, we'd be over here saying Allahu Akbar and fighting with the Arabs. We'd be on the Arab side against the Jews in Jerusalem today.
People don't even know.
Hold on, Simeon. It has to do with who we are colonized, boy. You would have not known the Bible if the Muslims that the Ottoman Empire won wars, bro. That's all it has to boil down to. So now that you have adopted that Judeo-Christian culture and you have adopted the Bible to be a part of your history, I'm saying in the context of the Bible and the Bible writers, this is the entire world. Even if you look at Isaiah 11 and 11, 12, it tells you the places that it's talking about. And these are areas where Israelites or Jews were taken and were taken as captives, are removed and put in those areas through the deportation policy of Assyria. There's no area that's outside of the realm of the Table of Nations when it comes to the biblical text. This is the entire world.
Before you get too far away from that, Garfield,
hold on. I had to listen to everything that you said. So you got to listen to my response. So my response to you is the 4 corners of the world don't mean it literally. It's like, and a perfect example in Maccabees or one of them writings that you guys use, it talks about Cyrus ruling the entire world. Cyrus ruled everywhere in the Table of Nations, but he never ruled in America. That's a part of the world or the earth. So it doesn't mean the entire world literally. And that's where you Bible believers, whether Hassad is listening or my other big bro from Genesis or Tazarayach or whatever, this is why you guys can't ever be right about the Bible, because you don't understand this one simple point.
Man, can you stop? Can you stop right there though before you run away from me? You did this the last time.
I'm not stopping. I'm gonna listen to you, and you're going to listen to me. It's easy, bro. I never say, "Oh, you taking too long." I don't say, "Hey."
No, I ain't saying you taking too long, brother. I'm not saying that.
You can't tell me how to run my show. Just
I'm
write
not
down.
trying to do that either.
Oh, just relax. Just
Okay,
relax.
go ahead. Go ahead.
4 corners of the earth. I dealt with that. And as far as Judah, now look at this with Judah. Now let me get to this with Judah real quickly. If you look at Judah, the area, right? Judah means to be praised, right? Watch this. If you look at the tribe of Judah and it tells you the population numbers, right? When they came out of Egypt, they and the guys in Joshua 15 lists 103 towns for Judah. But when they did the archaeology, right? Look at this. By the late Bronze Age, Canaan had suffered a population collapse, leaving the hill country almost empty. Over the next 200 years, the same era saw population explosion, this population being the ancestors of people we can be certain are biblical Israelites. Now watch this. However, this population explosion was not evenly disputed over the hill country. Mazar is careful in his summary. Intensive archaeology. Hold on, let me skip this. Let me skip this right here. Hold on 1 second. How does Mazar summarize the evidence of the Israelite settlement pattern in the era of the tribal allotment of Judah? The phenomenon of many small one-period sites attributable to the Israelite settlement is almost completely non-existent in the Hebron Hills south of Bethlehem and in the Shephelah of Judah. Here, perhaps the Israelites contented with a small number of sites which later in the period of the monarchy developed into towns. So at the time when they're doing this, which is in the early Iron Age stages, nobody lived in Judah. And why am I bringing this up? Listen to this now. Listen to this. Stager's figures that we've previously seen in the post about the Israelite settlement pattern show that in the late Bronze Age, there were 0 sites in Judah, but quite starkly by Mazar, the late Bronze Age in the Judean highland is a void and described as an almost complete gap in occupation. Now, in Iron Age 1, right, which starts around the 12th century BC, the period of the conquest of Canaan, the period of the judges, the number of sites increased, but only to a total of 18. A total population estimate for these sites is 4,000 people. Watch this. I'm gonna get to the point. Give me 1 quick second. 1 quick second. I'm gonna show you something real quick. 1 quick second. Watch this. Hold on 1 second. Hebrewism in religion, history, and politics, the third culture. This example is by no means an isolated instance. For example, as Martin North noted long ago, the ancient Israelite tribes of Judah, Ephraim, Naphtali, and of course Benjamin are clearly constituted around a geographical referent, even though they're described in the Hebrew Bible as descendants from their respective eponymous ancestors. In fact, the evidence for territorial kingship is ubiquitous. As one observes throughout history, what we might categorize as a territorial contamination of the otherwise putative pureblood, both the biblical Goy of ancient Israel and the modern nation are societies of territorial kingship. Hold on 1 second. An interesting point here is that Ephraim and Manasseh are described as having settled in the central hill country where the ancient Israelite settlement started according to archaeological evidence. When these are counted together, they represent a large area with a good-sized population. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. All right, here we go. Accordingly, some type of conflation between people and place names has taken place. One option is that the ancestors are eponymous. Another possibility is that the people are named after towns and geographical locations, either in reality or for the tradition or both. My view is that there may be a combination of both approaches. For example, in the case of Asher, the area appears to have been called by that name in the early 13th century in ancient Egyptian documents, just apparently already before the Israelite settlement. The area where Asher lived is fairly peripheral, and there are few traditions about the forefather, which probably was added to the genealogies to make up for the number 12 based on geographical considerations. I wanted to show you one last point. An interesting point here is that Ephraim. No. Hold on 1 second. One last point, brother. One last point. Here we go. The tribe of Ephraim. The exact etymology of the name Ephraim is unknown. The biblical text provides a popular etymology based on the Hebrew PRH, be fertile. Although the ending Aim, Ephraim, the name, right? You see the name, the etymology, look at the screen.
Hebrew Ephraim, right? The name suggests a topographic name. There's a disagreement over further elaboration of the name's meaning. So if it's a topographic name, it means it's a place name, it's a geographic location. It has nothing to do with an actual person. So what they're doing with the Bible characters, and people don't get it, is that these names have meanings. Like Benjamin means sons of the right, or sons of the south. So these names have actual meaning, place names. It's not a real person. That's the point I'm trying to make. Well, you could go ahead.
Okay, bro. So this is what y'all do. Y'all try to dump so much worthless information on a person to where they can't respond and you can run all over the place, right? But fortunately, I actually did college debate. That's how it's laughable when I see y'all doing these comedic debates, right? But here, I'm going to try to answer some of that nonsense. Now, the last thing you presented about Ephraim, right? I'm going to just touch on this briefly. The statement opened up and said the exact etymology of Ephraim is unknown. They just alleviated themselves from being any sort of source on this. So therefore, if in your own words, the exact etymology of this word is unknown, your only reference is the Bible. That's done. So now let's go back to where we was talking about something that was a little bit more important, but you know, it's so much I can't even get. Oh, it had reference to the Judah stuff, right? And all of that. And that's why I was trying to stop you, because I didn't want to forget, because you throwing so much stuff out there, but it can be easily refuted because you brought up the Apocrypha. You brought up Maccabees, and you brought up that you was talking about that somewhere in there, which really killed you. You shot yourself in the foot again, like you did last time I was on this show. But I couldn't stop you because you was on a roll. And I hope this comes back to me so that I can go ahead and nail this in on you. But at the end of the day, I got it. You brought up the map that showed what the world was according to the source that you use, right? Now, can you tell me how far it is from Israel to the land of Nineveh, which was the capital of Assyria? Do you know roughly how far that was?
No.
Okay, it was about 550 miles, something like that. Okay, now why that's important is because Jonah traveled there, and it would have took, according to scholars and the research that they do on travel and whatnot, it would have took them about 5 months to get there on land. Not 5 months. I'm sorry, about a month to get there on land. Now, tell me on that map, show me somewhere on that map that you showed where it would have took a year and a half to travel from Israel. Show me one point a year and a half away from Israel in travel. Nowhere.
You want me to respond, or is that a rhetorical question?
I want you to show me on the map where you're going to take a year and a half to get there. Because mind you, Paul traveled to all of these areas. Not all of them, but all around this.
Paul did not travel to all these areas.
No. I'm saying like around this Mediterranean area. You know what I'm saying? So we have a reference of travel according to the Bible. What I'm saying is, tell me where it took a year and a half to go anywhere on this map.
Oh, so you're using 2nd Ezra 13:40 to 47.
You brought the Apocrypha into this. I didn't bring it up. You did.
Hold on. Do you want me to respond, or you want to talk over me?
No, I'm talking actually. You can respond as I'm asking you questions. Sure, go ahead.
All right. Now, the first things first. The reason why I brought up the Apocrypha was to make a point about the world and the earth. You have to recognize that point. That doesn't mean I accept the Apocrypha, because the Apocrypha, 2nd Ezra, is considered by all of academia. I've never seen a source that says otherwise, that it was written around 90 AD. Even in the Zondervan Bible, it's around estimated between 90 and 100 AD. The parts that you're talking about was written. Now, if you're talking about a year and a half, you're talking about leaving from this area right here, where where the Assyrians took the Israelites, right? Now the point is you want Arzareth to be America when Arzareth is actually.
I don't know. I never said Arzareth was America. I never know.
I'm gonna bring you right back up as I finish because you don't have no discipline. I noticed with Israelites, a lot of them, they don't have no discipline. You notice I let him talk. I asked him if I could speak. I'm giving him a respect. I told you my platform is let everybody speak. So let me respond and I'll bring you back up. The reason why you're bringing up a 1.5 travel because you want to say that the people from Assyria beyond the Euphrates traveled to America because you want to make Second Esdras real. Second Esdras, and I've put this out there. I'm gonna put it out there for Hassad. I'm gonna put it out there for my brother from Genesis, my brother Deacon Haka or Priest Haka, whatever they call themselves. I'll put it out for everybody else. I will do a Second Esdras debate with anybody right now on everybody and their mama. This is what's wrong with the doctrine of the Israelites. Y'all copied British Israelism and used British Israelism and put a black face on it. So when people debunk them, they're also debunking you. The book Second Esdras was not written by Ezra. The perfect example is Second Esdras 3:1. He talks about 30 years after the temple was dropped. 30 years after the temple was 556 BC. So the person is writing and pretending it's a pseudepigraphia in a sense, or a pseudonym under the pseudonym Ezra the person is writing. So they're trying to pretend to be Ezra because they're writing in an apocalyptic nature in the 1st century. So if you look at the writing style, the different prophecies and stuff in Second Esdras, you could tell that it's written during the Christian time period. And even in the King James version, it talks about Jesus. There's no Jesus mentioned in the Old Testament. So you know that the person, and then every time you see Second Esdras, it's documented or written or attached to the New Testament, never to the Old Testament. None of the people who are writing about books and books that exist ever mention that. Even the wording that's in there tells you that. The grammar, the translations, everything tells you it's written after the 1st century or in the 1st century. Jesus it quotes Jesus. It quotes the Matthew, Luke, John. It quotes all the New Testament. It quotes Paul. So when we talk about Second Esdras, you want to say a 1.5 because you want to say that they left from a 1.5 and went there. Arzareth is not even a real word. It's the same word in Deuteronomy 29 that means another land. It's 2 words. And the person that wrote Second Esdras put it together and made up Arzareth. There's no such thing as Arzareth because it basically means another land. So if you're saying there's another land, I bet you never read Second Esdras 13:47 where it says that the people would come back that way to come back right there. I bet you never read Second Baruch, which is another apocrypha that says that the people were right there beyond the Euphrates the whole time. They never left. So you have books that contradicting that you guys believe in. Don't play with me, bro. Second Esdras is a 1st century book. Don't tell me about no 1.5 travel. Oh, how will you guess? How you guess a 1.5? How do you measure that? But go ahead, bro. Speak your speech.
All right. So once again, y'all, let me show y'all how this is why Tazarayach, Deacon, Guerrilla Hebrew, this is why they all flee when I come to the scene, right? Garfield gonna start doing the same thing. So first of all, like I said, you brought up the Apocrypha, not me. Is that a fact or is that fiction?
In context.
No, I just asked a question, brother. Did I bring it?
4 corners of the world.
All I did was ask a question, brother.
Hold on. Let me be clear. Just to be clear, I brought it up because I was making a point about the 4 corners of the world is an idiom that was used in the Sumerian or the Akkadian culture, and that the Israelites or whoever wrote Isaiah adopted that idiom for themselves and said the end of the world or the 4 corners of the world or whatever. It is just an idiom. It's a reference. It's a metaphorical reference in a sense of the world. But it's not the world as how we look at the world today. It's in context. That's all I was doing and bringing up. That don't mean I agree with it. I was just referring to that Cyrus never ruled the entire world. That's what I am saying. That is clear as day.
Okay, this is when they get to feeling the heat, y'all. Hey, look, so I asked a question. I said, did you bring up the Apocrypha or did I? He said, yeah. Out of all that talk, the answer is yes. I didn't bring it up, he did. Garfield, here's another question. Did I ever say you subscribe to the Apocrypha? No, the answer is no. I only brought it up because you brought it up. If you bring up, here's a rule of debate. If you bring up a source, that's your source. That's a rule of debate. So that's why I stuck it to you. So now, but I never said you subscribe to it. Now, thirdly, here's another falsehood. Tazarayach, the reason why I brought those brothers up is because I've debated Gorilla Hebrew and Deacon on the 12 tribes chart, right? I bet years ago.
You lost?
What?
Did you lose?
Huh?
Did you lose?
No. Listen, what happened was mysteriously they said the debate disappeared off of their channel or whatever. YouTube took it down.
Yo, why you lying on Deacon, yo? Why you lying on Deacon?
Bro, don't call me a liar, Garfield. Garfield, don't call me a liar, bro. Hey, Garfield, don't call me a liar, bro.
I'm messing with you. Continue.
I don't gotta lie. You know what I'm saying? If I'm lying, tell one of them to step up. You know what I'm saying? They scared to debate this with me because I will utterly annihilate Archeology.
Everybody said that. Everybody said that.
No. Listen to me, bro. Everybody can say, I bet you, since I had that debate with them, right? Mm-hmm. This was probably 7 years ago, actually. You ain't heard them debate that with nobody else. They not gonna do it. So, and this is why, because listen to me. They bring up that scripture about Archeology, and they bring up how they that the scripture that says they entered, the scripture that they use, it says they entered into the Euphrates and went to a place where never mankind dwelt, right? The scripture never even says they navigated the Euphrates. That's first. It said the Most High held still the floods of the water until they had passed over. They crossed the Euphrates. They never sailed the Euphrates to the Persian Gulf until the.
That's important. Hold on. Rewind. That's a great. Oh, I wish I had. That's a great point, bro. Come back. Rewind that.
Garfield, let me tell you something. That's light. That's light right there. Man, I got information to smash that into pieces. That's just light, but I'll rewind it for you. Pull the scripture up, Garfield. Can you put the screen? Can you put that scripture up?
Put it up right now. Hold on, I got you, my brother. Hold on a second. So you're saying, let me get this straight, that it says beyond the hold on, let me see if I could find it real fast. Got it right here. I think I got it right. Where is it at? Right here. Yeah, I think I got it somewhere right. Here we go. No, not right here. You're talking about second Esdras 13:40 to 45, right? Right here. Go ahead.
So
you're talking about this, right?
I can't see it. I can't see it. Yeah, start it up for me.
Oh, my bad, bro. I didn't even share the screen. My bad. I had the other thing up. My bad.
I'm actually legally blind too, Garfield.
All right, cool. So which verse? Let me read it on verse 40. Those are the 10 tribes.
Okay, it says those were the 10 tribes which were carried away captive out of their own land by
the king, whom Shalmaneser, the king of Assyria, led away captive. And he carried them over the waters, and so came they into another land.
Right. Okay, keep going.
But they took this counsel amongst themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt, that they might there keep their statutes which they never kept in their own land. And they entered into Euphrates by the narrow passages of the river.
Stop right there, Garfield. So here you got some captives in Assyria, right? We know that part. Where these ships come from? Where these boats come from? Where they just appeared there at the Euphrates? Listen, if you know the history on how the Assyrians treated their captives, you know that this ain't that you ain't just going some. Where they get these ships and boats from to do all this selling? That if they even sell, I'm not subscribing that they sailed anywhere, but I'm just saying here's what you stuck with. Where did they? So you just saying they entered into the with what? And furthermore, in the scriptures, anytime the scriptures mention men going into water to cross a body of water, to sail on a body of water, to anything that has to do with going on water, guess what else they mention, Garfield? A boat or a ship.
Right.
Without fail. And the only time that they didn't is when Moses went across. Right? And guess what the Most High did with Moses? Held still the floods of the water until they crossed over. Don't that sound familiar?
Mm-hmm.
Now listen to this. Now, if the Most High held still the floods of the water, what would you even need a ship or a boat for? Because that's what you need. If there's a flood, you need the boat. Why would he hold still the floods of the water while you trying to sail? Are you getting where I'm going with that?
Yeah. I get you.
That's the very reason that you need a boat is for a flood. So if he's holding still the floods of the water, why would he be doing that? And you got a boat. That's what Noah had a boat for, a flood. So it's just all kinds of problems right there before we even get in the water. So we can see that clearly. Finish that up for me. Start from right there where they entered into the narrow straits on some ships in the narrow straits of a river. Come on now.
They entered into Euphrates by the narrow passages of the river. For the Most High then shewed signs for them and held still the flood till they were passed over. For
why the Most High gonna hold still the floods? He gonna hold back the water while you on ships? Until they had passed over. So right there, I don't even have to carry a debate. Actually, if they debated me, guess what I was going to do? If it was on SciNet, I was going to sit and hold conversations with the chat, talk to SciNetter, ask everybody how their life was doing. Because it literally was going to take me 5 minutes to destroy that doctrine. Because that's how they say all these Mexicans are Israelites. That's how they claim them to be Israelites.
Yeah.
I went on Tazarayach's show maybe about a month and a half ago, maybe, the Cross the Line show. I simply tried to cross the line. I got disrespected, cussed out. When all I did was respectfully approach with the, you know what I'm saying? Because he know what's coming. He don't want this smoke. He know they don't. Just like, and I'm gonna drop the mic on this part of it, and we can get back to what you was talking about. But just like I'm trying to get him to bite on the Sabbath starting at nighttime, a biblical day starting at nighttime. Man, this is the most ridiculous thing I ever heard in my life. If you just stick to what the scriptures say, right? Because
let me ask you something quick that you're talking about, right? This is the important part that I saw with the scripture. It says, for the Most High then shewed them signs for them and held still the flood till they were passed over, right? Through the, but earlier he said, but they took this counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt. So they left the multitude, the ones that didn't even interested in following the laws or anything, they left them. That they might there keep their statutes, which they never kept in their own land. And they entered into Euphrates by the narrow places of the river, for the Most High then shewed signs for them and held still the flood till they were passed over. For through that country there was a great way to go, namely of 1.5 years, and the same region is called Archeology. Then dwelt hold on, listen to this point. Then dwelt they there until the latter time, and now when they shall begin to come, the highest or the Most High shall stay the springs of the stream again. So the same flood that he stopped, he's going to stop it again, because they actually had to come back to that same area that they may go through, therefore source, though the multitude with peace. So that
If we're
same
gonna-
flood that he stopped, he got to stop that stream again.
If we're going to use the text that they're using, yes. Exactly. So no, I don't subscribe to Archer as being America and that's where Israelites travel to. No.
Okay. All right.
So I subscribe to wherever these Israelites traveled, they traveled on land.
So we disagree on the whole thing about the whole world with Isaiah 11:11. Do you want me to pull that scripture up? So we disagree then. I'm saying that Isaiah 11 is pointing to where the people are as far as the world as how we see it today. I'm saying he's not talking about, hold on, let me put it on the screen real quick. Isaiah, where's Isaiah? Okay, here we go. Isaiah chapter 11.
I'm listening to Garfield. I'm about to mute my mic real quick though.
Okay, hold on. Let me get to Isaiah 11 real quick here. Isaiah 11. Shout out to anybody who wants to join the panel, by the way, too. Here we go. So Isaiah 11. So it goes about, and in that day there shall be a root of Jesse, which shall stand for an ensign of the people. To it shall the Gentiles seek, and his rest shall be glorious. And it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people, which shall be left from Assyria, Egypt, and from Pathros, and from Cush, and from Elam, and from Shinar, and from Hamath, and from the islands of the sea. And he shall set up an ensign for the nations, and shall assemble the outcasts of Israel, and gather together the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth. So my point is, the four corners of the earth is more of like an idiom in a sense, where they're talking about within their world or within the confinement of the ancient Near East.
I would not necessarily disagree with that. But what I would say is that there was an expansion of it as time went past, right? Because obviously after a certain point, we had no more quote unquote prophets of the Bible. We had no more prophecy of time. So therefore, that's why you got the term remnant, right? Because what is the remnant? The remnant is like when I weigh up this bag, you know what I'm saying? The dust of the scale, right? The remnant is the leftovers. So we have to keep that in context as well. Whereas we have some Israelites who are puffed up and think they have this divine understanding of what's going on. And at the end of the day, we all got it wrong. There's none of us that have a clear understanding of what the Most High has for any of us. And for, I stepped out of that prideful moment because according to the text, pride is what the Most High hates.
All right, cool. I'm gonna get to I gotta show this video. I appreciate you, bro. I don't know if you want to stay on. I want to get to Tazarayach versus Vocab. What happened recently? Yeah, I gotta play this video real quickly here. All right, hold on. Let me get to this real quickly. Vocab versus this is somebody doing a review. I wanna let me do this before because some of these people be striking people's channels. I don't know what's going on with people nowadays. All right, fair use warning, da 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 da. All right, let's get to this real quickly.
American? No, I'm a total American. I love America. Okay. But it's not like all white people are on some similar page of like, what are we doing next today? Like, why are you so obsessed with punishing a white guy? You know why? Why just live your whole life? You know why? You know why?
Okay, let's we'll return to that. But I think we do got Tazarayach. I don't know, Cap, if you're able to hear or see. Looks like
I can hear. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I got like a mirror or something like that. But all right, I'm glad you could join. Tell me what's on your mind about the clips we played.
No, well, I saw the video, and somebody sent me the title, and so when I saw the title, I clicked it. I saw this is Vocab, and so it was interesting when I was listening to you read. I think it was Galatians you was reading.
Yeah.
And as you was reading each word, you was applying it to us.
That's right. Hold on, you're breaking up. You're breaking up. You said when I was reading it, I was applying each word to you, but I didn't hear what you said after that. Hello?
Yeah, because a phone call came in. I apologize.
I got you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. I'm listening.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I apologize. So I was wondering, how does, like, for example, you likened multiple wives to the bad things in Galatians. I don't have the scripture in front of me to give you the exact verbiage. I don't see that being against God because that's allowable. Even being angry, I don't see being angry not being the fruit of the spirits, because I think it's in Ephesians when it says, be angry and sin not. So there's nothing wrong with being angry, but if you sin within your anger. So like, let's say as we're angry at what the white man has done to us, because that was kind of like the subject of the documentary they shot. We don't harm white people. Even the it was us. So we don't sin with our anger, but we are angry at the crimes that have been continuously committed against black people.
I've seen videos of UPK knockoff yarmulkes from Jewish folks.
You would have to show me that. That is UPK specifically.
Yeah, specifically UPK. I'm not talking about another camp. That's one example. And
can you show it? Because I would disagree with you. You would have to show me that.
You don't believe that's happened, you're saying?
Yeah, I've never heard of anyone in my organization. So I was wondering, how does, like, for example, you likened multiple wives to the bad things in Galatians. I don't have the scripture in front of me to give you the exact verbiage. I don't see that being against God because that's allowable. Even being angry, I don't see being angry not being the fruit of the spirits, because I think it's in Ephesians when it says, be angry and sin not. So there's nothing wrong with being angry, but if you sin within your anger. So like, let's say as we're angry at what the white man has done to us, because that was kind of like the subject of the documentary they shot. We don't harm white people. Even the white guy Keegan that Katazar was showing, he came in there, he ate with us. He was even at our cookout, ate with us, sat with us. Tommy and them lost their camera. They lost their camera equipment. You know who found their camera equipment for them? It was us. So we don't sin with our anger, but we are angry at the crimes that have been continuously committed against black people.
I've seen videos of UPK knockoff yarmulkes from Jewish folks.
You would have to show me that. That is UPK specifically.
Yeah, specifically UPK. I'm not talking about another camp. That's one example. And
can you show it? Because I would disagree with you. You would have to show me that.
You don't believe that's happened, you're saying?
Yeah, I've never heard of anyone in my organization smacking a yarmulke off of a Jewish person.
So I don't have the video on me, but I know I've seen it. But I can get the video to you after the show. I don't mean right after the show. I mean like tonight. Yeah, I can do that. So
okay, if you can, I would appreciate it.
Now, but when
I would say that we could hold off that charge until you present the evidence.
Well, no, I know I saw it, so you don't have to believe it, right? So that's fine for you not to believe it. But I'm saying that's a real thing, And then when you have the situation with the IUIC fight, the UPK guy threw the first.
Well, so having a fight is also not a sin, because you have brothers, factions coming together. Now, what would be a sin is retaliation after it was over. So you had the incident you're talking about is the brothers was at the camps at the same time.
Well,
the brother felt that. I'm sorry.
Well, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'll let you finish. I'm sorry.
Okay. The brother felt that he was violating our equipment range. They got into a fight, and verbal sparring is not a sin. You would have to show me where that's a sin.
Well, there is unwholesome talk, Ephesians 4:29, and UPK definitely engages in unwholesome talk. For example,
You would just have to show me it's a sin. If you sin it, okay, I'm sorry.
Ephesians 4:29. It specifically says, "Let no unwholesome talk come out of your mouth, but only what is edifying."
And can we read it in the KJV so I can follow what you're saying?
I'll read it here. Ephesians 4:29 says, "Let no uncorrupting talk come out of your mouth, but only."
You said Ephesians 4:29.
Yes, but only as such as good for building up, as fits the occasion, that it may give grace to those who hear. Now, I bring that up because I'm not against verbal sparring if we mean debate, but I bring that up because I put, I think, 2 videos on the channel where the whole video was curse out wars between UPK and ISUPK camp. One in specific, they're going on all night, and almost the whole video, one of the things they keep on saying is how effeminate they are and calling them purple baggots.
Okay, so in Matthew the 23rd chapter, when the whole chapter Christ is saying woe, which is death and destruction to the Sadducees and Pharisees, what is that?
Does Christ ever call anyone anything akin to purple baggots?
I'm not, the word shouldn't matter because you're saying no corrupt communication.
Well, it's
so
slander.
Woe,
unless those men are homosexuals, it's slander.
No problem. I just want my question answered because you're talking about verbal. So Christ in Matthew the 23rd chapter, from about verse 13 down, he says, "Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees."
That's right. Yeah, to actual Jew, to actual Jewish brothers of his. That's what he was saying, which is true. Now, there's a few things about.
I don't disagree with that either.
Christ is God. Christ is God, knows their heart. Remember in Mark 1 when he says to a man, "You can be healed," and they're sitting there saying, he says, "Your sins are forgiven." And they say, "How can your sins be forgiven? Only God can do that." And he knows their thoughts, showing us, of course, Christ is God because only God can do that.
When you say thoughts, you saying Christ knows their thoughts?
Yeah, in Mark 1, in Mark 2, where this happens, they don't express their thoughts. It says they're thinking to themselves, basically. And Christ, he knows what they're thinking, and he says, which is harder to do? To say, "Hey, your sins are forgiven," or to rise up and walk. But that you may know that the Son of Man has power on earth to forgive sins. I say to you, rise up and walk, and the man does. So here's my point. Christ can make indictments much far beyond a UPK indictment because he knows actually the truth about a person's internal state, number one. Number two, unless you have evidence that those men in the video are actually practicing homosexuality, to call them baggots is slander. And this is against a fellow Israelite under your reckoning. And as far as the immorality, it's not just the polygamy. Do you remember when Will Smith slapped Chris Rock? What Mahayim said he should do? He said that he should go cheat on his wife with him to get revenge. Do you remember this clip? Now I
remember it perfectly.
Now that's sin.
Do you remember the whole? But do you remember that is not sin?
He's literally telling you go commit adultery as revenge for being slapped. Which, by the way, it's two Israelites.
The whole lesson?
It's two Israelites under your reckoning. So what he should have done is turn the other cheek, according to your reckoning.
No, because that wasn't the lesson. So like it's always easy to take sound bites of what someone says and then make that the sum total. But as he's teaching that class, he referenced when David committed the sin against Uriah the Hittite. And the prophet Nathan came to David and the prophet Nathan said, "Your wives are going to commit adultery in front of you." Isn't that a sin?
You mean you're talking about your sons? Like you're talking about, like, for example, you got your boy with the long hair, your long hair on the roof. Is that what like that type of thing?
No.
Hold on. Yeah, I got you. No, I know you're talking about. I know you're talking about.
You sound like
I'm giving you an example.
I'm not talking about the. No. Wait, slow down. What I'm talking about is Gentleman Hyman used a raw example, and the whole point of the lesson was for Will Smith to feel remorse for what he did. And he used when Nathan went to David and told him, he gave him a parable first about a rich man bullying a poor man.
Yeah, I know.
And David is like,
this is a total, right? But all due respect, this is a total distraction from me pointing out a very real fact. UPK violates the fruit of the spirit. You're talking. I know the context of 2 Samuel 12. If you have something,
but you don't know the context of
that doesn't justify what he said. He specifically said he should go sleep with Whydah as revenge. Nothing gets to justify that. He's literally giving an instruction about the best way to find revenge on this guy. Come on, man.
Vocab, you brought up the subject of General Mahayman and what he said.
That's right.
I'm giving you the right, and I'm giving you the class that General Mahayman did. You're using a sound bite. What I'm telling you, you can't, yes, you are. Because all you got to do, anybody can watch the 2 classes. He gave 2 classes. The first class, he said that. The second class, he used 2 Samuels and actually explained the point. And in 2 Samuels, Nathan told David that his wives would commit adultery in front of him. And then David,
you're talking about, I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he will lie with your wives in the sight of son. And what I said was correct. You didn't need to correct me on it, because what happens? His son with the long hair, Absalom, did this on the roof. This was very public. That's an example.
That's not what I'm talking.
But no, you're missing what I'm saying. This is the fulfillment of Nathan's prophecy of judgment against him. That's my point. Now, again,
that's not see what you're doing right now, Vocab, is you brought this subject up, which is the only reason I'm talking. Right. So I'm trying to explain to you, but you don't want to hear the explanation, so that maybe you might be misunderstood. You want to make it about David's sons. It wasn't about David's sons.
It's not about David's sons.
I don't know why I kind of.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that this happened. This was fulfilled with Absalom when he did this.
But that's not what I'm saying.
That's a fulfillment of the judgment. Now, here's the point, though.
That's not what I'm saying. Wait, hold.
David's adultery and the judgment that was enacted against him aren't good things. These are sins being committed.
That's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about.
I have 2 Timothy 12, so I know the curse. What I'm saying is, you have a guy.
That's not the curse.
He gave advice
Vocab, me and you don't have I don't understand the brushback you have, and usually you and I can actually conversate. So you brought this subject up. Because I don't want to waste
time. I don't want to waste time. That's why.
But you're clear. Then you could have let me explain the point. Because everything you're talking about is not what happened when Nathan went to David. When Nathan went to David and said, I'm going to have your wives commit adultery in front of you.
Right here.
David repent. Where are you reading from?
2 Timothy 12. I have it right here. I'm sorry. 2 Samuel 12. Sorry. 2 Samuel 12.
No problem. 2 Samuel 12 and what? Yeah. And what verse?
Well, the specific verse right here is verse 11.
So I'm going to read 11, right? So I want to read 11. So when it said,
notice it says, I will raise up evil against you out of your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives.
And he shall lie
of this son.
Yeah. So now when it's right, when you're saying son, though, it's not a son like a child. The son is spelled S-U-N. In sight of the sun, meaning broad daylight.
I'm talking about, because it says that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about right before that.
But that's what I'm trying to see. The difference is, Vocab, you trying to impart your breakdown.
It says
I'm trying to explain to you
it says evil out of your own house. That's what I'm referring to. I'm not confused about the difference.
But that's not what I'm talking.
Here's the point, though. Mahayim is encouraging Chris Rock to go have adultery with Whydah. He said that's how you got to get revenge. He said that's how you get revenge. That's not what he. I heard the clip.
You know what Chris Rock can do? Chris Rock can fuck his wife, and that's what he should do. He should do that. He should buy some of that good heroin. He should buy some of that good heroin. They got good heroin down here in Kensington. Kensington got excellent heroin, excellent cocaine, Puritan in New York. He should get some of that weed from California or some of that cocaine from Philadelphia, and he should go and talk to Jada Pinkett. You know what he should do? He should befriend her son. He should go make friends with her son. He should come over the house and say, "Listen, I want to squash this beef. I'm sorry about what I said about your head. You know, that was wrong. Me and Jaden here playing video games here." He should start playing with Jaden Smith. And he should fuck the shit out of Jada Pinkett until that head glows in the dark.
Whoa. Any comments? Let's go back to this video again.
Yeah. Actually, and
I heard the clip.
You know what Chris Rock can do? Chris Rock can fuck his wife, and that's what he should do. He should do that. He should buy some of that good heroin. He should buy some of that good heroin. They got good heroin down here in Kensington. Kensington got excellent heroin, excellent cocaine, Puritan in New York. He should get some of that weed from California or some of that cocaine from Philadelphia, and he should go and talk to Jada Pinkett. You know what he should do? He should befriend her son. He should go make friends with her son. He should come over the house and say, listen, I want to squash this beef. I'm sorry about what I said about your head. You know, that was wrong. Me and Jaden here playing video games here. He should start playing with Jaden Smith, and he should fuck the shit out of Jada Pinkett until that head glows in the dark.
Yo, that nigga crazy, yo. That nigga crazy. Well, let me get the part 2. Part 1. Is this part 1? Well, that was part 1. Let me go on this channel right here, find these videos, yo. Hold on.
Fruit of the Spirit. And I stand strongly by that. And I gave examples. And frankly, you tried to spin it. You are a PR guy for your organization. I don't have a church or a group that I'm trying to get people in. I want people to follow Jesus. So Tazarayach, I don't have to spin anything to make my organization have an excuse or justification for their behavior. I represent no organization. I'm trying to get people to follow after Christ. You have to. And ISUPK encourages divisions. ISUPK encourages dissensions. ISUPK foisters and fosters rivalries and fits of anger. They certainly do this. And IUIC has pointed out that you guys do operate in jealousy. You have created enmity. This is absolutely true. So I stand by that. And when do you see a UPK guy display gentleness, kindness, self-control, love, joy, peace, patience, goodness, faithfulness? I don't see that. So I stand by what I said.
So no problem. So now I didn't come in here for Galatians. That just happened to be a scripture you was reading when I was watching.
Okay, so what's your interest in?
I would chime in. So I just said I saw the title and I said let me chime in. So now when it comes to when you talk about gentleness and kindness, I'll use them Edomites. Them white people that came into our organization, they was treated just fine. Nobody harmed them. We have events across the nation where we help people that are not Israelites. Even in Atlanta this year, other Israelite groups, Sakari came to our cookout, Sons of Thunder came to our cookout. I think those are only 2 in Atlanta. So when y'all try to paint this picture of how we are just because we're aggressive about the truth, it just doesn't match.
No.
And I had no issue. Just the other day, I counseled live on my live stream a white woman who just lost her daughter. She lost her daughter to suicide, and of all shows to call, she calls my show.
Okay.
And when she calls my show, and when she
hold on a second. Now, if an African had called, would he have gotten the same treatment? Because they treat white people better than Africans, because Africans are Hamites and they hate Hamites. That's what I would have asked. Leave the white people. See, what happened is there's a dynamic going on right here, right? There's a white guy, supposedly white guy, European guy, Vocab Malone. And you have a black man, Tazarayach, and a black woman, Dinu, right? So what happened is if Vocab was me, I don't think Vocab, in my opinion, would have gotten so much attention if he was just a regular black guy. What happened is because he's European, they pay attention to him. I think what he's doing is evil. So let me tell you something. Vocab got some very good information. If you watch his channel, beautiful information. And what happened is people disregard it because, oh, he's an agent, he's white, he's trying to stop the awakening because he's a white man, And remember, he's a Calvinist. He believes in the book, the same book you believe in. He just wants you to see his point of view, and he feels his point of view is superior, just like Tazarayach feels his point of view is superior. So in a biblical worldview, they're fighting this is a biblical war. It really don't have nothing to do with black and white if you really boil down to it. It's about interpretation of the biblical text. But because, again, we're in a world where we deal with racism and white supremacy, because he's white, he's at a disadvantage. So anything he says is suspect in their eyes. And bear in mind, he has one of the best channels to talk about black Hebrew Israelism. But it's just that he's not black. So he's working at a disadvantage, appealing to a black audience, saying, hey, forget about this black Hebrew Israelism. This is racism. We need to follow Christ and follow him the proper way. That's all it is. But anyway, let's continue.
Do you remember the program? It's funny you said you counseled someone about their daughter. You counseled a white woman. Do you remember the program where I played? It was video footage. I believe it was from a mini documentary. This is on my channel. I could find this one too, where someone calls into a UPK show. Now, granted, it wasn't yours. I forgot which guy it was. Tell me live chat if you remember the show. And they talked about how they had I believe an adopted child from a mixed marriage from a previous one that was white on the father's side, but the woman was an Israelite who was black and was calling and asking about this. And the advice was, you got to get that daughter, you got to get that child out of the house, get it with a white family. It doesn't belong with you. Do you remember that?
No, I don't remember that at all.
That was UPK's advice. Was to basically unadopt the child.
Well, I don't really trust you like that as far as replaying what we said, because you said we knocked the yarmulke off. So I'm not saying it didn't take place. You would just have to show me first before I would accept it as true.
Okay. What would your advice be if someone called and said, "Hey,
if someone has a child that's not theirs"?
Yeah, no. Yeah, so I'm in a marriage. I married somebody, and the child here has a white parent. What do I do with this child?
Is the father white? Like, you got to give me the scenario. Like, give me the scenario.
The father
was
white. The father was white. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm assuming in this scenario, it's a man with a woman who has a child with a white man.
The woman was considered to be an Israelite, as it were, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So she's an Israelite, but she has a child, and the child, I'm assuming, was with a white man.
Yeah, the child was, but it was yeah. I'm trying to look for it on my channel because I got it on my channel. Huh?
Yeah, is it her biological child? It just happened to be the father's an Edomite.
Yeah, it was like a stepchild type thing. Yeah.
If it's a stepchild, then that's not her child. So I would just need to know.
I understand.
I can't give you an answer until I know the details. Because if it's her child, let's say if a woman has a child with anybody that's not an Israelite, you don't get rid of the child. That's your child. If it's a stepchild, I would just need to know the situation before I could pass a judgment on it.
Gotcha.
So I don't know. I can't answer that until I actually listen to it. But in that video that you played with Tommy G, which I thought was an excellent video, I don't see how us reading the scriptures, reading judgment, and how we're wrong for the judgment. In Revelation, the 18th chapter, when it says, reward her double as she has done to you, there is a nation. You ain't got to agree that it's white people, but there is a nation that is going to be rewarded double. Yes or no?
No, that's not how it works. It works on if you are in Christ or not. So all of ISUPK, for example, will be judged by Christ and go to hell. Unless you repent.
We're not talking about what I'm talking about is in Revelation.
It's not based upon.
No, what I'm saying.
Revelation is not written against America. No, so I don't agree.
I didn't say it was America. I said even if it's not white people.
No, I didn't.
There's a nation that.
Why are you saying white people?
Can I just jump in here?
Because that's our position.
Yeah, but that's not even a nation. But go ahead. Yeah, I think she's got to leave in a second, so she might want to say something. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I will let you two continue. But thanks for having me on. Nice to meet you, Captain Tazarayach.
Hey, nice to meet you, sis. Take it easy.
Everyone have a good evening. I'm out.
Oh, that's all. You don't have no final comment or anything?
I can repeat what I said before. I think that this is a really good video. People got to have some insight into ISUPK as a group. And, it's just, it's good for information's sake. These groups need to be known and to be understood. And so thank you, Captain Tazarayach, for allowing him to do that. Thank
you. I appreciate it. We got like 2 more like that. I got like 2 more like that coming up. With 2 more organizations coming to film us in that capacity. I got 2 more.
Let me switch this out. I'll bring you on this other screen here real quick.
Oh, okay. I got like about 5 more minutes maybe. But what I wanted to say though, Vocab, in Revelations, the 18th chapter, when it talks about Babylon, regardless of what you or who you think the people of Babylon is in Revelations, the 18th chapter, there is a nation that's getting rewarded double, right?
Sorry, I'm trying to mess with the settings on this. Go ahead. I'm trying to fix your parameters here because it's all like jacked up. What I really want to try to talk about,
see, I'm a little higher.
Yeah, I'm trying to fix
They ain't got to see me. They can hear me. They know what I look like.
I'm really, to me, it's most important to try to talk about the video. That's the topic of the thing. If there's, that was in
the video. So
that's what I thought you were mainly going to talk about.
No, I am. So when Tommy G and Commander Jenny Hanna was talking, well, another part was when the brother said, "What happens if we love you? What would that do for black people?" That's what he asked Tommy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so Tommy is like, "Well, I think it's good for all of us to love each other." And so our position is that black people have loved white people forever. Like ISUPK is a minority. We're not the majority. The majority of black people genuinely try to get along with white people, fit in their system, fit in their government, fit in their society. And it's always we always end up at the bottom. I think Martin Luther King is an excellent example of that. Like they unalived that brother when he was doing everything that is the opposite of what you're saying we're doing.
Well, the thing is, he asked the wrong question, saying, what does this do for black people? First of all, leaves out the Hispanics and Native Americans, you say, are part of the 12 tribes of Israel, number one. Number two, the answer is that's the wrong question to what Tommy G said, who he's not a believer, so he's not going to give a theologically robust answer. Here's what it should have been.
That wasn't a scriptural question.
I know, but here's what it's all about. That's obeying Christ. Because if you view this nation as your enemy, Christ says to love your enemy in Matthew 5. So the question is not, how does this better the people that I have my eyes on that I most care about? The question is, how does this please my master, Jesus Christ? That's what UPK's problem is.
But they wasn't having a biblical conversation, though.
But a man of God, that's how he would answer. Not in something about whips and change and financial status or anything like that, social improvement on this temporal earth with this temporal kingdom. The issue is,
that's because you haven't been through oppression.
No. It's
you
because
you haven't been enslaved. You're not the descendants of slaves.
The reason is because
oppression.
No, that's not why. That's a cheap shot. The reason is because the reason is because here's the reason why. Because I love Jesus and want to please him. When have I ever heard Johanna talking about pleasing his master, Jesus Christ? Never. I just hear him bragging about his status. That's what he said in that
video.
I hear him saying this.
That's what he said in that video.
Here's what I hear him saying, and here's what I see on the screen when he appears with your editors. He's second only to Christ.
We didn't edit that video.
No,
we didn't edit that video.
You hear a word and didn't hear what I actually said. I said your editors on the video. What I mean is your editors placed the subtitle or the subscript when he appears, not on that video, on other UPK videos that say he's second only to Christ, commanding General Johanna. My point by saying that is you're not interested in pleasing Jesus. You're interested in making Johanna be in rank just under Jesus, which is a ludicrous notion in so many ways. Why would Johanna be second only to Christ? Yes, it does. This man thinks he's second only to Christ.
So let me explain to you wait, first of all, what you did was you windmilled off of the MLK question, and you windmilled
you didn't ask me nothing about MLK.
I did. No, I said to you, I said black people, I said we're the minority. We're the minority. We're the only ones that really go out there talk about this whole hate thing. I said majority of black people love America, try to fit in America, try to join America. And Martin Luther King is an example because they unalived them. And then you went over that statement
to talk about Jesus' commands. To talk about Jesus' commands. I'm not windmilling. Hold on, just to understand what's happening. I'm not windmilling away from it, Tazarayach. This is just you slurring.
Well, you didn't even hear it, so you couldn't have been listening.
What I'm saying, here's what I'm saying. I feel like it's clear. I'm saying the whole discussion is wrong because you're not theological men who are intent on pleasing Jesus.
We're not theological. You're correct, but we do serve and obey Jesus Christ.
Theology means understanding God, sir. That's what it means. I'm not talking about going
understanding God according to what white people gave us. We're not
Matthew,
that.
No, but see,
we don't understand. No,
according to Matthew,
you
5,
can never teach us. Can I just say something?
Do you love your enemies?
When I say you,
do you love your enemies?
I absolutely love my enemies. Absolutely.
Okay. So then you do. So then is Tommy G your enemy?
Yes.
Okay.
But he's not the enemy that Christ was talking about.
So do you love?
The enemy
I already know. I know what you're saying. So that's why I'm asking you this question.
Okay. If you're just going to interrupt the question,
do you love Tommy?
If you're going to interrupt the answer,
do you love Tommy G?
No, I don't have to love Tommy G.
So watch this. I just asked you, do you love your enemies? And you said yes. And I said, do you love Tommy G?
And I said yes,
and
that's according to Christ. Right. And so now let me answer without being interrupted.
Yeah,
in Matthew, the 5th chapter, the enemy was Israel against Israel. The enemy wasn't Israel against the white man.
Wow, Israel Bound, you want to come in, our savior? Y'all want to say something? Yo, it's getting heated right there, man. That's getting heated right there. Oh, man. Let me go back to the next part. That's getting heated.
Yeah,
Captain heated. He did say, though, that he loves his enemy. And he did. I think he spoke in error. He spoke in error. I think he spoke in error.
Who?
Captain Tazarayach. Because he said and is the white guy the enemy, Tommy, and he said yes, he loves his enemy. I think he made an error when he said that.
Yeah, no, I don't think he meant that. If he said that,
yeah, I don't think he meant that at all.
No. But what about? But you said you got another part to play.
Yeah,
I actually seen it, but you can go ahead. I was gonna respond to that first one, but go ahead. I'll wait till you finish.
Hold on, let me see if I could find the part. Let me see this one here. Let me play this last. There's one more
answer without being interrupted. Yeah, in Matthew, the 5th chapter, the enemy was Israel against Israel. The enemy wasn't Israel against the white man.
Can't find it.
It wasn't
say that. Doesn't say that. Where's that? In
no
the text?
Problem. So all anybody got to do is read Leviticus when it talks about thou shalt not hate thy neighbor. That's talking about a fellow Israelite. When Christ came on the scene, the children of Israel wasn't even together. You had the 12 tribes scattered because they was fighting against each other. You can read Isaiah, the 11th chapter, where it says, Judah shall not vex Ephraim, because the northern kingdom and southern kingdom was at odds. That's why the prodigal son, when the son gets to come back, the son that was there hated it because they envied each other, because they hated each other. So the enemies is us of ourselves. White people spend so much time because we say we hate them. They don't care that blacks kill blacks. They don't care that blacks sell drugs to blacks. They don't care that families are destroyed, and we do. So what we go out and do is stop black on black crime. What we go out and do is bring black families together. That's what we do. And that just doesn't include you guys. So when the brother asks, Tommy, what does it gain by saying that we love each other? He didn't have an answer. And you don't have an answer either. What do we gain by loving white people? What do we gain?
No, notice I never bring up white people because that's not the issue. The issue is your enemies.
That's the documentary, though. You said you want to talk about the documentary. That was the documentary.
Yeah. Here's what you would
You got to make up your mind, Vocab. Do you want to talk about the documentary or open topics?
Let me answer your question. Here's what you would gain. You would be obeying Christ, which would be a good thing.
Christ never said love white people.
Here's what you would do. I never brought up white peoples. I just said your enemies. So here's what you would do.
Christ never said love everybody.
I'm going to answer. Okay, I'm going to answer your question, and I'm going to point out an error you made. Here's the answer to your question. You would be obeying Christ, and you would be showing that you actually care about him as your master. But by disobeying him, you show that he's not your master. Now, you just brought up Leviticus where it says, oh, love your neighbor as yourself. And you said it's only talking about fellow Israelites. That's a trick you guys pull. It's like you haven't read the end of the chapter, verses 33 and verse 34 of Leviticus 19. Let me read it to you because this doesn't allow you to redefine Matthew 5 by a misreading of Leviticus 19. Because here's what it says. When a stranger sojourns with you in your land, you shall do him no wrong. Now, hold on. I'm not done. You shall treat the stranger who sojourns with you as the native among you, and you shall love him as yourself, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. It specifically mentions non-Israelites and says you have to also love them as you love yourself. So you don't get to de-neighbor people who actually are your neighbor. That's exactly what the wicked tried to do when Jesus said, love your neighbor as yourself. They said, well, who's my neighbor? Literally, UPK is out here saying, well, who's my neighbor? He gives the example of the Samaritan who, according to you, would not be an Israelite. They're the ones who display love. So this is error upon error. And it's not because you're not intelligent, you are. It's not because you're not articulate, you are. It's because you've been trained falsely and are holding to the doctrine by someone you claim is second only to Christ.
Oh my God. Yo. Vocab is coming with some shit now. What's popping? What y'all think about that? Israel bound and Savior. Vocab coming with that heat.
Well, he is kind of dropping some bombs coming straight from the Bible. I'm just waiting to see how Tazarayach responds. I'm just sitting back like the mythological wars is funny.
Wow. Let me play the rest of this right here.
And that's why you fail to display the fruit of the Spirit. That's what I'm saying.
So if I could just respond, when you read Leviticus 19, it says the stranger that dwelleth. I'm sorry, you started at verse 33. If a stranger sojourn with thee in your land, we're not in our land, sir. We was taken over here on cargo slave ships, enslaved in a land that has never been ours. So how can that stranger be in our land when we don't own our land? We can't. That young black boy couldn't even walk in his own neighborhood.
You see, I'm not a Bible scholar, right? But when it says in your land, the land that you were given as a possession is Israel, or Canaan, which became Israel, right? So when it says your land, that's the land you're talking about, and in the context of that time period. You see what I talked about, what Israel bound. You get what I'm saying about when it says the whole world? People are now saying, because we live in America, this is attached to us. But the writers back then don't know about no America. They're talking about back in them time periods during the wars or whatever. That's what it's talking about. So every time I hear Israelite, anybody at all who's listening, you're going to see. And that's why I always Google Hasmonean dynasty and show how they took the whole land over. The Jews who lived in the land, who are Israelites, lived in the land and controlled Idumea. They controlled northern Israel, southern Israel, and more land. They already got their land back. So that's the purpose of the Old Testament. Whether y'all want to believe me or not, just look at history. History tells you that. History already tells us that. So when it says the land, rewind and look at what it says. I'm going to do it.
Never been ours. So how can that stranger be in our land when we don't own our land? We can't. That young black boy couldn't even walk in his own neighborhood without being stalked by 3 white men. I was right to use that. I didn't interrupt you.
Let's stay on topic. Let's stay on topic.
This is on topic. I'm using an example of us being a stranger in the land and not being able to walk in our streets without being stalked by your people. So the enemies that he's talking about is the neighbors that he's talking about is Leviticus 19 chapter at the top. Then when you go to Luke 18th chapter, when Christ gives the parable of the woman that cried, wanting justice, and the unjust judge avenge, Christ said, shall not God avenge his own elect, which cried day and night unto him, though he bear long? What are they crying vengeance for? Against their enemies. So when you talk about Matthew, the 5th chapter, those enemies are to the children of Israel. Even a Samaritan is an Israelite. I don't know what you talk about with the Good Samaritan. I don't know what Israelites you talk to. But in Matthew, the 5th chapter,
I'll explain it.
Well, I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go in a second.
All right.
I actually gave more time than I could, but we can have another dialogue. It was actually pretty decent. But in Luke the 18th chapter, Christ recognized enemies, and then in Matthew the 12th chapter, Christ said, "Who is my mother? Them that do the will of my Father." And just one more thing, when Commander Jenny says,
"Hold on," they show it's not about flesh and blood. Those are great verses.
It's only wait. First of all, it's always about flesh and blood. You have to be an Israelite in order to get the promise. But on this Commander Jenny is the second under Christ. But those that make this all magical and mystical, it's not that. It's just as simple as this. In ISUBK, the highest ranking member in our school is Commander General Hana. After that, there is nobody on earth that can come to me and give me an order within the organization. So it's like, let's take TD Jakes, for example. TD Jakes couldn't come and tell me what to do. He doesn't outrank Commander General Hana. He's not in our organization. So after Commander General Hana, the only place we can go is to Christ. It ain't magical. It's common sense. If you ask Alazar who's above him in his organization, he's going to tell you no one. If you ask Zabak who's above him in his organization, he's going to tell you no one. If you ask Nate who's above him, he's going to tell you no one. If you was in an organization and you was in charge and no one would be above you, that's as simple as that is. I can't help it that y'all look for any and everything to try to hate my glorious organization under Christ, the Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge. But with that said, that's right. But with that said, Vocab, you got to go. If I have more time, I got to go sign some papers. So I do got to go. But you got my number, and that's my Facebook. If you ever want to do something again, just let me know.
I appreciate you stopping by and understand you guys.
Hey, that's right.
All right, God bless. Have
all right,
a beautiful
thanks.
day, guys. I only got
I
about
don't
5
bless
minutes.
white people though, but all right.
I don't know how you know my.
Yo, that was good, man. That was a good dialogue. Shout out to Captain Tazarayach, always representing to the best of his ability. I do think Vocab got the best of that. What I just showed, I didn't see the whole thing. Vocab did a very good job. Vocab was doing his thing. I ain't going front. Vocab was doing the damn thing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot of Israelite camps that we shouldn't use the term Black Hebrew Israelite. Again, this is based off a video from the Yap Gang, Yappity Yap Yap Yap. And we're going to look at Tazarayach in the chat.
Glory to God in the highest, and on earth, peace to people of goodwill. So back on March 21st of this year, 2024, the Genesis 49 had a video exploring a standard yet controversial aspect of One West Israelite theology and anthropology. And about 13 and a half minutes into the show, Tazarayach, a high-ranking member or captain of the Neo-ISUPK, posted a comment in the live chat, which they put on the screen. And his comment was objecting to their use of the phrase Black Hebrew Israelite, or its acronym, BHI. You see, Tazarayach claimed that this term is racist and is an attack on Israelites. Now, this sort of objection has been floating around for years, perhaps for over a decade, but it's still a relatively new one in the grand scheme of things, and it's an artificial objection as well. You see, it's pushed by men who are either unfamiliar with or not entirely honest about the history of the Israelite spectrum. Now, in the interest of charity, I'll assume that Tazarayach was merely unfamiliar with the history of the term, but he's part of a group which seems to have a leadership which is not entirely honest about that history. For example, the leadership of the Neo-ISUPK has not been entirely honest about how the name of the school at One West was Israeli School of Universal Practical Knowledge, not Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge. Israeli, not Israelite. The Neo-ISUPK doesn't have exactly the same name as the old school, but they lead people to think otherwise. But whatever the case, the point that I'm trying to make there is that while Tazarayach may be sincerely unfamiliar with the history of this topic, his leadership might be familiar with it, at least the man at the top of his group. And for him to allow men under him to think like this is questionable, right? But I wanted to make a short video which quickly gets into the history of this phrase, Black Hebrew Israelite. So you see, it was the Hebrew Israelites themselves who introduced this phrase. For starters, Shalik ben Yehuda wrote a book back in 1975 titled Black Hebrew Israelites From America to the Promised Land. However, in the past, when I've brought this point up on social media, certain Hebrew Israelites who want to hang on to this polemic would object that they've never heard of Shalik ben Yehuda before. And, they'd say that for all they know, he might be an agent, right? Okay. So let me cite another example. Let's cite One West itself, right? And here I want to say that I personally remember around the time that Braveheart was in theaters. So we're talking like the mid-1995. So before the House of David split, in fact. But around that time, mid-1995, when Braveheart was in theaters, Arya, one of the leaders of One West, was in Times Square, and he was repeatedly using that phrase, Black Hebrew Israelite, whether in the singular or the plural. And he was using it in reference, partially in reference to that film, to Braveheart, right? And I'm telling you, I was right there on the sidewalk. I personally witnessed Arya say things like, William Wallace was a Black Hebrew Israelite. And then he would say, Edward the Longshanks was a Black Hebrew Israelite. He would say it just like that. And then he declared that Longshanks was a wicked king. And I guess at that point he felt like segueing into other wicked English Israelite kings. And so he declared, King Henry VIII was a Black Hebrew Israelite, but he was wicked. And then he would talk about, his divorces and all that kind of thing. For real, that really happened. And, then Arya went on to say that the Scottish were Black Hebrew Israelites, and the English back then were Black Hebrew Israelites, and the Irish were Black Hebrew Israelites. He repeated the phrase over and over again, and I witnessed him do that. And then he went into that bit. I don't know, some of you are familiar with this, but I personally witnessed him at that moment go into the whole bit where, he says Brit means covenant and Ish means man. So British means covenant man in Hebrew, right? Which makes for quite the awkward fit with Lashwan Kodash. But whatever the case, my point in sharing that anecdote is that I personally witnessed Arya himself, a leader over One West, repeatedly using the phrase Black Hebrew Israelite or Black Hebrew Israelites, plural. Now, I understand that some might reject my personal account and say that, that they don't trust me, they don't believe me. Okay, well, in that case, the old ICUPK website, the website of One West, is archived. You can look at it online, and I'll share a link. I'll share a couple of links in the description. And if you go to their old merchandise page, that they had up in the 90s, you'll see that back in the 90s, they were selling a 2-volume book, a 2-volume set. This a couple of books that were titled, quote, More Amazing Facts About the Black Hebrew Israelites, end quote. Now, someone like Tazarayach might not have ever known that.
Yeah, this is more than enough evidence that they call it Black Hebrew Israelites. Today, you don't want it to be called that, but this is what it is. This is what y'all know now. They didn't have to call y'all that. Y'all called yourselves that.
Let me interject something. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Hey, I wanted to ask you a question. Do you, Garfield, I'm asking you specifically, do you believe that our people, whether that be your people, which are located in Jamaica, or any of us in America, or any of these other people where we are located in today's times, do you think any of us could bear any resemblance of the ancient people from the Nile area or from ancient Egypt?
Be a resemblance as far as phenotype or as far as skin tone?
Yeah. Yes.
Sure. I don't think that's a problem. I don't fall into that trap of what we look like or what they look like. They could be as light skin, and they could be as dark skin as Brother Barine, or dark skin
I like you, Garfield, because I know for sure what I can count on you doing is using common sense. And I like that about you, bro. I promise you I do. And you don't fight against logic. So with that being said, just if we keeping with the narrative of the book, don't we then have to consider that the Most High showed Moses a miracle by changing his flesh to pure white, and then revealing to him that I'm God. Look what I just did to your hand. Now stick it back in your shirt and pull it back out. And now it's back as his other flesh, indicating to us that Moses had dark skin. That's one. And then to understand that Moses was raised in the house of the Egyptians his whole entire life up until, early adulthood. Okay. Now, the reason why I make that correlation is because we can then strike out that these people look anything like the people that claim to be these people today. We can throw that out the window completely.
No, you can't. I think
Yes,
what
you can.
look at the error that you're committing. You're committing out.
Okay. Show me.
You see, your premise is wrong. All right,
Show
look
me.
at this right here. Do you know who this is? Right here on the screen. Look at the screen. Do you know who that is?
Let me see. Nah, I'm kind of in the sunlight, and I can't really see really good anyway.
All right, these are reserve heads made by the Egyptians. These are commoners from the 4th dynasty, right? Now, am I saying that all Egyptians look like this? No. I think we fall into a trap. I'm going to show you the trap that you fall into and that many people fall into. And this is why the color thing is not something that we should really tackle, because what happened is I'm going to show you Metatron's video, right? And Metatron made the most sense, and give a shout out to King's Monologue too, right? I'm going to, hold on a second. Let me see if I can find this video real quick, because this is going to help us to understand this conversation pretty well. Let me show you what happened. Hold on 1 second. Let me do this. And this is going to help us to really settle down and figure this out. I'm going to use common sense. Hold on a second here. Let me do this. Boom, 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 boom. Because when I played the video last week, right? One thing I do realize is that the skin tone thing is very confusing for one. I don't know everything about it. I'm still learning. But I do want to point out.
I wanted to bring that up because you got common sense tells you that today's man of that phenotype cannot exist under the sun without precautions.
Okay, so what? All right. So if that's the case, then what about the people that's living there now that you say is fake? If they are white, hold on. If they are quote unquote white, how are they living under the same sun? The sun don't change. It's the same sun from 5,000 years ago. It's the same sun.
Listen, them people walk around fully covered up with hats on all day long, and they use suntan lotion.
All right, now let me do this.
Hold on, listen. Hey, listen, Garfield. We don't have to argue this because we know it's a fact.
Look at the screen. Look at the screen. Look at the screen.
I'm looking at it.
This is what they say the commoner look like. Not the hierarchy, the commoner. And this is the 4th dynasty.
What does that have to do with anything?
I'm saying, so if you're saying skin tone and phenotype determines, it doesn't, bro.
That's not giving us a skin tone, though.
Hold on. Look at this. Let's look at this. Let's look at this part of this video real quick. And I'm making this point so that everybody, this is a teaching moment. Let's take a look.
Patrick scale, which was created to estimate the response of different wine. This is yellow mate. Now imagine if I opened a bottle of white wine and instead of looking like this, it looked like this. There is nothing wrong with saying that a person has olive skin, and the fact that you make fun of it kind of gives me the idea that then to you, the glass on the left would be white wine. Even in Old Norse, they described high-quality gold and the sun as being red, and this happens in Slavic languages and Old Germanic languages. But what's pertinent in this case is the fact that sometimes the Norse describe things that we would normally describe as being black as blue. And this happens, for example, when they describe ravens in literature, and it's not a matter of structural coloration, if that's what you're going with, and Black Africans. The Norse called your people blue, but that's not because they actually saw them blue. It's because the word blue in Old North had a under meaning of mysterious, exotic. Having responded to all of these comments, I'd like to underline now what I mean precisely when I say that to me, the ancient Egyptians were olive skin when it comes to the majority. If we look at the Fitzpatrick scale, which was created to estimate the response of different types of skin to ultraviolet light, you can see that when I say olive, I'm talking about a range of colors. So when you show me a dark brown Egyptian, it fits. And you're not debunking my statement in doing so. A dark brown skin is still included in what we describe as olive. Let's compare it to the older von Luschan's chromatic scale for more examples. I think it's apt because it's a spectrum and therefore allows for readjusting based on the evidence. Now, of course, the same can be said about the word black. It's also a spectrum and many different varieties. I think it's apt.
Look at where 14 is. 14 is kind of light. Look at where 34 is. That's pretty much almost the darkest person. So if you look from 14 to 34, which is the olive complexion range. It really makes sense that you could be light skinned, you could be dark skinned. And it's the same thing for ancient Israel. It's just because of the location of where it is. It's near to the Mediterranean, it's near to Africa, it's near to the so-called ancient Near East Europe, Southern Europe. So it's a wide range area that is different cultures from all over. So when we say somebody's, hold on. This is, by the way, too, olive skin is a modern day context, by the way, too. Let's not, I'm not going to fall into the olive. I'm saying that we could replace the word olive with black. Because you have black people who are light skinned as 14, and you have black people who are dark as 34. So this is what happened when we use these terms black or white. So you're saying Moses couldn't have been 14 because he turned his skin back to what it was before and he shared the same complexions as Egyptians. Egyptians could be a wide range of complexion or skin tones. And
but what you're leaving out is that he turned his skin to 14.
He turned his skin to 14. You know what? Do you want me to bring up the scripture so we could go over it? Do you want to bring up the scripture? What's the scripture?
Sure, go ahead.
All right, let me finish playing this video and then we're going to bring up the scripture because I don't think race is in the Bible.
Okay.
I don't think race is in the Bible because even when it talks about Solomon being white and ruddy and his belly was like ivory, I don't think it's talking about his skin tone.
Where is that in the Bible?
Oh, man. Bro, hold on 1 second. Hold on.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me do Solomon 5 and 10. Let me play the video and show everything one time, and we're gonna get to that. All right? Because I don't want nobody to think I'm taking the Bible out of context. So let me finish with this video, and then we get back to that.
Because it's a spectrum and therefore allows for readjusting based on the evidence. Now, of course, the same can be said about the word black. It's also a spectrum and many different varieties of skin tone. But the reason why I tend to prefer the word olive is because it includes both people from the Near East and people of African descent. They can both have an olive skin. So I'm not limiting ethnicities. And since I believe in a multi-ethnic Egypt, to me it fits. But whether you agree with that statement or not, what's key about all of this is that by saying olive, I do not mean white. And I certainly do not mean that the ancient Egyptians looked like me. If anything, I'm probably type 2, so number 7 on this scale. What do you think?
He implies that ancient Egyptians looked like him and other Mediterranean groups, which is false.
So you still want to attack?
All right, I'm done with that. Let me go to the
biblical.
He
don't look like ancient Egyptians.
No, he never said that. That was a lie. I'm not even going to play that part. He never said that. I don't really care if he said it or not anyway. That's beyond me. All right, Solomon 5:10. Hold on. Solomon 5:10. Let's go to Bible Hub real quickly. You see, we get emotional about the word black and all that stuff. So that's why I'm like,
well, we only get emotional about it when we say that the Israelites was black. Nobody's challenging the obvious people who don't belong there, which is white people. I don't understand how we.
That's a question. What do you mean by don't belong there? What do you mean by that?
Man, because listen. These people have no history in the land of Israel before 1947. I know that, and you should definitely know that.
Let me ask you a question. How did the Khazarian Jews become white? Ashkenazi Jews. How did they become white?
Listen, that's because first of all, Garfield, what is the
if you notice, look at your tone change. Once we start talking about
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Because it's an emotional topic.
I am emotional. Garfield, I'm an emotional person, but I apologize. I don't mean to come off as angry or nothing. But let me ask you this. What is a Jew, Garfield?
A Jew right now is anybody that's practicing Judaism.
Okay. So, but you and the people who call themselves that, and Vocab Malone and the people of such are acting like this is a race or ethnicity, and it's not.
Okay. The Jews who have practiced this from the last.
Listen, practice what? Practiced what?
Some form of Judaism. Those are the people who are attached to it.
Right. Judaism is a practice of what?
Practicing the Bible as far as Judaism.
No, sir. Where did the word Jew come from?
Judah.
Okay. Judah, according to the Bible, was a man. and he was never called Jew. That term was only referenced to the people post-exilic Israel, white people. These people in the Bible were never.
The book of Esther. Hold on. The book of Esther. Were those Israelites there in the book of Esther?
I'm sorry. You said what now?
Remember, Jew is, hold on. Do you believe the word Jew is short for Judah?
No.
Okay, so that's where the problem starts.
Listen, let me finish explaining. Because you had the problem's not with me. The problem was what your understanding, not mine. What I'm telling you is that the people who called themselves Jews called themselves that because they practice a religion that says we are basing our religion up on the lifestyle of another people.
Oh, you made that up. You made that up. You made that up.
No, I didn't. That's
bro,
not made up. That's a fact.
Bro, you made that up.
Bro, that's a fact.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Let's look at the Encyclopedia Britannica. You see, I got to go to the experts because I don't want to act like I'm...
you going to Jewish people.
Hold on. Calm down. You see, you've been wrong. Hold on a second.
Okay, go ahead.
You have been taught wrong. Look at the
I'm about to show you. I'm about to show you,
buddy. The Encyclopedia Britannica, which actually represents most of the times the consensus. Hold on, brother. You see how emotional you are? Because you're about to be wrong. Now look at this.
Bro, go ahead. I'm listening.
Is any person whose religion is Judaism. That's what I said. Anybody who practices Judaism is a Jew. That's what I said originally.
What does that mean, though? What does that mean?
Shut the fuck, bro. What the hell, bro?
What does that mean?
You was good. You was good right now. Now you're becoming a crazy nut. Relax. Relax, bro. People can have difference of opinions. Relax. I'm talking, you talking over me. Like, bruh, come on, man. Jew, any person whose religion is Judaism. Now, what is that? If you follow the Torah and you convert to Judaism based off of how rabbinical or Orthodox Judaism is, you're a Jew. That's all it is. In the broader sense of the term, a Jew is any person belonging to the worldwide group that constitute through descent or conversion a continuation of the ancient Jewish people, who were themselves descendants of the Hebrews of the Bible. Okay. In ancient times, a Yehudi was originally a member of Judah, i.e. either of the tribe of Judah or of the subsequent kingdom of Judah. The Jewish people as a whole, initially called Hebrews, Ivrim, were known as Israelites, Israelim, from the time of their entrance into the Holy Land to the end of the Babylonian exile. Thereafter, the term Yehudi was used to signify all adherents of Judaism because the survivors of the exile were the only Israelites who had retained their distinctive identity. So after the exile, it don't say nothing about no white people. Who are the people that came in after the exile? I thought these were Israelite descendants that were returning to the land. So the word Jew is used. The term Jew is thus, hold on a second, was used to signify all adherents of Judaism because the survivors of the exile were the only Israelites who had retained their distinctive identity. The 10 tribes of the northern kingdom of Israel had been dispersed after the Assyrian conquest of 721 BC and were gradually assimilated by other peoples. The term Jew is thus derived from the Latin Judaeus and the Greek Iodeus from the Hebrew Yehudi. The latter term is an adjective occurring only in the latter parts of the Hebrew Bible and signifying a descendant of Judah, the fourth son of Jacob, together with that of this half. In the modern world, a definition of Jew that would be satisfactory to all is virtually impossible to construct, for it involves ethnic and religious issues that are both complex and controversial. In daily life, for example, those who consider themselves Jews are generally accepted as such by Jews and non-Jews alike, even though such persons may not observe religious practices. While all Jews agree that a child born of a Jewish mother in Jewish Reformed Judaism goes beyond Orthodox and conservative Judaism in affirming that a child is Jewish if either one of the parents is a Jew. So the word Jew, which is used in the book of Esther, the term Jew is just derived from through the Latin Judaeus, which is the same word but in a different language, in the Greek Iodeus, and it comes from the Hebrew Yehudi. So the word Jew is the same thing as Yehudi. It's just a language difference. That's all it is. I don't know what's the big deal of using the term Jew.
I'm about to share.
I will share your screen. What do you want me to share?
I don't want you to share anything. And so what I'm telling you is that, as they said, anybody who practices this religion, at the end of the day, that's exactly what you read. But so when you go into the Bible, what the Israelites was practicing was not a religion. This was a lifestyle. This is what they lived. So the practice of what Jews are calling a religion, it was the lifestyle of the Judah tribe of Israel. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're not understanding where they put the switch and bait in at. What I'm telling you is that the word Jew is short for the word Jewish, not for the word Judah. Jewish. That's not short for Judah. That's short for Jewish.
Time out. Now we know J wasn't in the language. I just read that the word Yehudi is the same word in English that we use as Jew. So you're arguing about, hold on 1 second. It's your time. I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut your time. But this is basic, my brother. The word, there was no J in the language. There was a Y sound, Yehudi. Yehudi, the word Jew is equivalent. This is basic.
Okay. So I got you. I'm just speaking, from an English standpoint. I understand what you're saying. But at the end of the day, it's still the same terminology. What I'm saying is that Jewish people, or if you want to take the word Jewish back to the Hebrew language, meaning the same terminology, all I'm saying is that is the practice of a religion. The people who call themselves Jews today and the people who call them Jews are not saying that this is the practice of a religion. You're referring to them as an actual ethnicity of people.
All right.
But you just proved it by reading. But you just proved it by reading. Listen, you just proved it by reading that they're talking about one who's birthed through their mother is a JEW. So that goes totally against what the Bible says.
Hold on a second. You see, this is the problem. Is the word Jew used in the book of Esther?
Yeah, but when is the book of what language is the book of Esther dictated in?
It was written in Aramaic. Okay, but watch it. Hold on 1 second. Time out for 1 second. Just respond to this. Oh my God, this is the white man's definition. You're only a real Jew by blood. You see, today the word is. You see, there's people who are born in Orthodox Judaism who call themselves Jew and birthed by the mom. I agree with you. That's their religious interpretation of what they do, and that changed after the 70 AD. That's fine. Now, those people who call themselves, I'm trying to tell you that the word Yehudi is the word Jew. It's the same equivalent. And that's what the Jews who lived in Judea after the exile call themselves Yehudi. That's all it is, bro. This word Jew, look at what the thing said, right? Which actually agrees with you and agrees with me. But it says in a modern day context. Look at what it says at the bottom. In the modern world, right here. A definition of Jew that would be satisfactory to all is virtually impossible to construct, for it involves ethnic and religious issues that are both complex and controversial. Now, look at this now. If you go up now, this is talking right after 538 BC. Thereafter, the term Yehudi. That's the same term as Jew. I think what you guys do, because they call themselves Jewish people, or they wish they were Jews, and you try to be offensive like they can't be Jews because they're light skinned, you're falling into.
They're white. No, they're white.
Oh my God, bro! Can you stop interrupting?
You're talking about light skin? No, they're white people.
Bro. Can I do what I do?
Light skin.
Bro. A Jew can be any skin tone, bro. Because the Jews, when they hold on, do you believe that Jews spread across the four corners of the earth? Do you believe that?
I do believe that.
All right, now watch this. Do you believe that those Jews weren't the men that normally did trading were men? Do you agree that it was mostly men who traveled the world without their wives and their children? What happened is these Jews are these men who are following the religion go into other cultures, like in Germany, France, and they sleep with the women from these cultures. So when they sleep from these women from these cultures, they descend from the original people from the 1st century, 2nd century, and all that stuff. But what happened is they're sleeping with people who are lighter skinned, light skinned women. So of course they're going to come out looking light skinned. And that's basically what happened with the Ashkenazi Jew. I don't know if you guys even know that. So when you see the Ashkenazi Jew today, let me finish. So when you see the Ashkenazi Jew today, bro, I make you speak the whole show, bro. Don't do that. Just let me finish my point. Okay. What happened is, and then by the way, bro, if you're listening, don't listen. I'm not listening to you to argue with anything. I'm listening to you to say, here what, maybe I could learn something from what you're saying. So that's why I said that you agree with me in a modern day world. It's kind of confusing to define Jew because it has several different meanings based off of what people follow from the Judaism. Some people say from the birth of your mother, you're a Jew. Some people say something else. So you have different people saying different things. So I agree with you in that context. But to say that the term Jew wasn't used, it's the same term as Yehudi. That was used by the people who descend from after the exile. And those people were called.
Can you show me a scripture of it in the book of Esther where they use Jew?
Okay, I'll show you that right now.
Okay. Because context will tell you who it was, right?
Hold on a second.
A better question is, how did the Ashkenazi Jews get to that side of the world?
I just told you that. It's simple, through trade. They got there through trade. You see, you got to know the history. If you don't know the history,
I meant like in the land of Israel, like this is our land. When did that happen?
All right, let me ask you a question. I'm gonna say it again. Are you familiar with Medieval Traders? That book, Jewish Medieval Traders. Are you familiar with that book?
No, I think have you spoken on that before, haven't you?
Yes.
I think I heard you speak on that though, but I haven't personally read it or nothing like that. But I think I heard you speak on it before.
Okay. All right. So what I'm gonna say to you is this. Hold on. Let me find. Hold on. I gotta find this real quickly. The book of Esther reference is actually in my book. So let me go to my book and find the actual scripture and get right back to you. Because that's what Garfield does. Source up or shut up. You know what I'm saying?
Why are you doing that? The only point I'm trying to make is that the reason why, that's another reason why you never hear the people who call themselves Jews today refer to any of the other tribes. Why is it only Jewish? What happened to any of the other tribes of people? As if that's the only tribe that existed in Israel.
Okay, because Judah became the place where the equivalent to Judah is actually Israel. Because if you go to 2nd century, the Hasmonean dynasty, the whole area was called Judah. That's why. When you look at Roman, bro, let me break down the history. You can't just.
I know the history of that, Garfield. I understand what you're saying.
Was all of Israel called Judah at one point? Yes or no?
Was all of Israel called Judah at one point? The answer is no. The answer is no.
All right. So in the 2nd century, when the Hasmonean dynasty took over Israel and controlled it and got control over the whole area of Israel, what did they call it? You see, this is what kills everybody. You see, everybody who is black.
What do you mean? No, but what do you mean though? Because listen.
So you can't answer that. How you gonna answer a question you don't know what I mean?
No. So what I'm saying, I'm not understanding what you asking me, because if you have to
right. I'm not even gonna tell you. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you. There's no need to talk. We don't have to talk no more. We're gonna show and prove.
All right.
I want you to look at this right here. I want you to look at this map right here.
Okay.
I want you to tell me right here. I'm gonna show it on the screen right now. What did these people call this land right here? Hold on a second. Let me do this. This land right here on the screen. What did they
that you
call
got
it?
that you
Yeah.
got in green?
Yeah, everything in green. Look at it when it enlarges to how it is. Tell me what that area is that they control. The whole entire green area. What is that?
Okay,
What is it?
that would be hold up, let me blow my screen up. Okay, that's the southern kingdom. No,
look at the
I'm
whole
sorry, that's the
thing.
northern kingdom. That's the northern kingdom. That's a mixture of both, actually. That would be
It's not a mixture. It's not a mixture. It is. It is Israel. This is Israel.
Listen. Because Jerusalem was located in the southern kingdom.
Yes.
Samaria is the capital of the northern kingdom. So
Yes.
that's a mixture of the two maps, brother.
All right, hold on a second. Now, this map that is showing on the screen, and I want everybody to read it. This is what kills the whole Black Hebrew Israelite movement.
You don't kill nothing.
Listen, you know what? Go ahead and talk. I'm gonna shut up.
No, I said you ain't killed nothing. You go ahead. I just told you what the map is.
All right, this map is different than the Israelite map. How is it different than the Israelite map? How is it different than Israel?
I'm honestly asking you what. Oh, okay. I see. Okay, no, it's not different. What I'm saying is that
You just said it was different, so now you said it's not different.
No,
all right,
listen.
watch it.
Okay,
go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But what I'm saying is that according to what you asked me what did they call this portion of the map that's in green? Okay, I'm telling you that Jerusalem, which is in green, is a part of the southern kingdom, which was called Judah. And Samaria is the capital of the northern kingdom, which is called Israel.
All right. For those who are watching, right, as you can see on the map, this is all of what we call Israel. And what was it called at that time period? It was called, hold on, let me finish. Because I'm trying to tell you, you said Israel was never called Israel again, because Israel as an empire or a kingdom got destroyed 722 BC around that time, right? Now, watch this now. This is in the Hasmonean dynasty when Judas Maccabee defeated the Greeks with the help of the Romans. They started to rule it autonomously. What does autonomous mean? They were independent.
Right.
They got to rule Israel again, but they didn't call it Israel. What did they call it?
I wouldn't know, Garfield.
They called it Judah. The entire area. Now watch this. Hold on. Now watch this. One more Google. You see how Google helps? Everybody hates Google, but watch this. One more thing now. Look at this. Look at that. Judah, right? Watch this. Let me Google one more thing. Roman Judea. Watch this. This is Roman Judea. It's the province of Rome from 680. Let's take a look at the Judea province. Hold on one second. I don't even want the article. I want the Hold on one second. Let me find the map. This is a map of Roman Judea. Let me make it big. This is a Roman Judea family. Look at the map. This is called Judea again. It's Romans is the one that call it Judea also. This is the entire Israel. It also includes Idumea. They control the whole area in the 2nd century BC after Antiochus Epiphanes. Now, in the 6 AD of the Common Era, the Romans named right here Judea. The whole entire plus Idumea.
Garcia, am I reading where it says ancient Greek?
Ancient Greek what? What are you talking about?
I'm looking at. Are you sharing your screen, right?
Hold on one second. Let me see. Make sure I got the right thing. Oh, I got the wrong thing up. I'm sorry. I got the wrong thing. I am sorry. My apologies. Right here.
You ready to cuss Israel that bound out?
Here it is right here. There you go right there. That's the map.
Okay.
Now, this is the problem. It's called
Okay.
Judea, and then this is also called Judea. They don't call. There's nobody calling Israel because Israel got destroyed by the Assyrians.
Right. I got
So
you.
when you're reading the Bible is telling you to come. This is why I know there's a theological spin, because the Bible is telling you to come back to Israel. That's fine and dandy from a theological perspective, but from a historical perspective, this era was known as Judah.
No, I think you misunderstood what I was asking. I agree with you, Garfield. I think you misunderstood. I think I didn't convey what I was asking the right way, maybe, or what I was saying.
Okay, let me
What I was saying, and maybe I was, and this is your answer to it. But what I'm saying is that there's still 12 tribes of Israel. Okay, and all of them were represented throughout the whole time. There's never been a lost tribes or none of that. So my only question is, why do we only have? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's a great point. Great point. You're dropping knowledge now. Go ahead.
Right. So my only thing is, why are there's only a representative of the people who call themselves the Jewish people, given that they're telling us that they have all the history and they got all the knowledge? How don't you have the knowledge of, you don't know where no other tribes are at? You're not putting out no calls for no other tribes, and you're not doing anything according to the scriptures that says you're supposed the message to the other tribes of the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
Can you repeat that, brother? I'm sorry, because I was reading something. Go ahead, say that again.
So I'm just saying that they have all of this information, wherever is allegedly in Israel, according to documents, books, sources, they have it. So allegedly, they know more about any of this than any of us. They are the authorities, but yet we don't hear them speaking on a single other tribe of Israel, ever, from not a single one of them.
Okay. All right. Let me can I read hold on one second. Let me read Esther 3:4 real quickly.
Yeah, and then after this, I got to escape, man. But I'm always around, Garfield. I appreciate the time. I always don't take my.
Let me show you the term Jew in Esther. The term Jew in Esther. Esther 3:4. Let's go to the King James Version. Now it came to pass, when they spake daily unto him, and he hearkened not unto them, that they told Haman to see whether Mordecai's matters would stand, for he had told them that he was a Jew. So the term Jew is used in Esther.
Okay, got you. Understood. Now, what? And you said that was written in the Aramaic language, right?
Yeah, the book, because that's Aramaic. Aramaic was the lingua franca in the Persian time period.
Which, if I'm not mistaken, the Aramaic language was sort of a bridge language, right?
No, it's similar. It's similar to the script of the Hebrew. It's very similar. They're
I know
they're
that, but it was sort of like the Aramaic language. I forget the exact name of what they call this particular type of language. You might be able to enlighten me on what the name is, but it was like the English language, meaning like everybody spoke it.
One more thing that's important. And when he learned the identity, this is very important. Look at this. And when he learned the identity of Mordecai's people, he scorned the notion of laying hands on Mordecai alone. Instead, he sought to destroy all of Mordecai's people, the Jews, throughout the kingdom of Xerxes. So the term Jew is referring to descendants of Judah or Judea. It has nothing to do with
white. So that's important. You're right. That's important because he's speaking on the people of the land of Judah, not a people who's practicing a religion.
Yeah, but the people of that culture, they're talking about the culture that they practice, how they prayed and all that stuff. They're talking about practicing a religion. You remember Mordecai did not want to bow down to Xerxes and his system, so that's what separated him. That's why they knew he was a Jew. So they did practice a religion
because he kept the laws of the Bible.
All right. I just wanted to show that Jew. I just wanted to show the word.
I understand. I understand. But what I wanted to show was that's showing you what the context of that word was used, and it's used in that language because it was not written in the original language of these people. And if it was, it will refer to them as a man of the tribe of Judah. Is how we would read that in English.
No,
right?
No. You're making that up.
Okay, so listen. Okay, I'm gonna show you how. Most of the
Bible. Hold on.
Now you cut me off.
Hold on.
Now you
the
cut
Bible,
me off.
a lot of it is written in Aramaic. You know that, right? Because that's the lingua
I
franca.
do know that. I do. Listen, what I'm saying is that when you go and you find the Bible speaking about a man from the tribe of Judah, and you read that in English, and you tell me how that reads.
Okay, let me show you one more thing that I said. Like, I hate to leave things untouched. I want to look at Solomon, Song of Solomon, Kings 5, the version. Matter of fact, at King James' funeral, they read this because they compared King James to Solomon. But anyway, it says, I rose up, right here. It says, my beloved, right here, is white and ruddy, the chiefest among 10,000, right? And right here at the bottom, it says, his hands are gold ring sets with the beryl. His belly is as bright ivory overlaid with sapphires. So I'm not taking that it means white. I'm not taking it as that. So when you see colors, it has a reason. So people like to take things and take it literally, like, hey, it means.
Can I interject on that? Can I interject on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
On that scripture you just read. So the Bible is very redundant on how it does things. If the more you study it, you'll see this. When you started that scripture, it was speaking about jewels. And all the way to the end of that scripture, that's still what it's speaking about. And those last jewels that it was speaking on was inset on something similar or ivory itself. Period. So
yeah, I don't think it's color in the sense of that. What I'm saying is they're using color terms, but it's not necessarily saying that that's their color. He's white and ruddy.
Right.
All
I'm saying about the word Jew.
Go ahead, bro.
No, all I'm saying is about the word Jew is that in contemporary times, you cannot apply it to how it was used in biblical times. And if they separate those two things, you'll see how those people are separated from the Bible, period, because they practice what the people of the Bible considered a lifestyle.
All right, let me ask you a question. Do you believe that the Pharisees were Israelites?
Absolutely.
All right, so the Pharisees are the one that started the whole thing about birth by the mother. They're the one that started. Hold on, stop. They're the ones that started Orthodox Judaism or Rabbinical Judaism. So if you're saying that they're Israelites, you're actually saying the people who started it and moved it from Havna to Babylon. You're saying that they're Israelites. But what happened is, bro, you had over 6,000 different Jewish groups, and what happened is they have their own way of interpreting the text. But
when you say Pharisees, I'm thinking about you speaking about the Pharisees of the Bible. If somebody,
yes, I am.
Hold up. The Pharisees of the Bible ain't said nothing about. There's nothing in the Bible that says anything about your mother.
You're not listening.
Okay, let me listen again. All right, let me re-listen. Go ahead. Say it again. All I'm saying is repeat what you said.
I asked you, are the Pharisees Israelites? You said yes.
And I said yes.
All right. Now the Pharisees, after 70 AD, their interpretation of the Bible took over that whole Jewish community or those people in that area, right? What happened is those people weren't calling themselves Israelites per se. They're calling themselves Judeans for two reasons. One, they were living in a place called Judea, you're a citizen of Judea. So you were a Roman citizen and you were considered a Jew, whether you're from Idumea, Galilee, or from Jerusalem or Judah, right? So they're Jews. They could be a Jew based off of that alone. The second thing is the Pharisees were the minority. It was around 6,000 of them according to Josephus, right? So they were the ones who were in the 2nd century, Judas Maccabee and them. There's something called the Zugat period in Rabbinical Judaism. And in that time period, they had two priests who led the community, two priests. That community is the one that started and it developed into what's called the Talmud and all that stuff. But those are the Pharisaic community. They moved from they moved from Havne in Israel and they moved to Babylon around the 3rd century. And Babylon became the home of Judaism. Now, what I'm saying is, if those Pharisees, these are the same Pharisees from the 1st century and their descendants. So what are you saying?
Okay. So this what I'm saying is that the key here is that you're talking about the Pharisees that were post-exilic. We saying that this is not scriptural, is what I'm saying. We know that Pharisees are subject to error, right? They're not perfect people, no matter who they were. All I'm saying is that that's not scriptural. Nothing in the Bible. The Bible dictates everything. A corrupt Pharisee dictates nothing. The Bible shows what the methodology is, and you can't dictate from that. It doesn't matter who you are. It's already been written from Genesis to Revelation. And if anything, I'm sorry?
I said, that's fine. I understand what you're saying, but I'm trying to tell you that the people that started the Orthodox Judaism, that you see all these rabbis and whatever doing, it was the people who were from the land originally.
Who goes by the Talmud? Who goes by the Talmud today? The same people that I'm talking about.
Orthodox Judaism.
Exactly. Those people do not go by Genesis to Revelation. That's why the Bible says there are people that's on this earth who call themselves Jews and are not, but are the synagogue or Satan. Nobody wants to try to point out and investigate who those people are. Why don't we spend some energy on finding out who those people are? The Bible said there are some people on this earth that call themselves Jews and are not. Clearly, we only been calling ourselves. We don't even call ourselves Jews. They call themselves Jews. We don't do this. So who are that? Where that group of people at?
Again,
mighty funny.
You're not listening. The word Yehudi is the same word as Jew. I'm not going to repeat myself. It's the same word. The Hebrew word went into the Greek, and then from the Greek, it go into the Latin, and from the Latin, it comes down into English. That's how we got the word Jew. So I don't know what the controversy is. The word Jew is the same word that the Israelites use and call Yehudi.
You did not address what I just said. I said there are some people on this earth who call. There's some people, and I believe that black people that call themselves Jews, they do it in error, right? Because that's not what we are. Those people who call themselves Jews and go by the Talmud, right, which doesn't go concurrent with the Bible. Anything that goes against the Bible is of the devil.
Good point. So a perspective that makes sense.
So if you go by another book that says Christ is not who he say he is, we don't believe in what that part of the Bible say. We believe this, and we're gonna circumcise babies with our mouths and all these different things, right? And the Bible said, well, there are some people that call themselves Jews that are the synagogue of Satan. All right, who the hell is it? Who we think that is? If we spun a wheel and they said, well, pick the ones you think it is and get $30,000, I bet you I know who you'll pick.
Show me the money. Show me the money.
Yeah. So I'm not, like I said, I'm not gonna keep on sitting here following no man's doctrine saying that, oh, we the Israelite, I'm from the tribe of Levi. Well, if you from the tribe of Levi, my brother, then you would understand the laws much better than you do and understand that, we are not under those laws to do sacrifice to none of these. And the Most High said that he got rid of the priesthood and all of that because it was corrupt. And Israel was corrupt as a nation, so he destroyed it. He got rid of it. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of that was because of pride. And here we are still being prideful, thinking we understand the Most High's plans and we understand prophecies better than. Hey, I got a question. Do you believe? And this is my last question, Garfield. And I do got to go, but I always appreciate you, brother. Don't ever take me getting emotional. I'm an emotional person. I ain't a person that's afraid to admit that. If anybody want to try me as soft, then they can, hey, however you want to do it.
I appreciate you too, bro, for taking out the time.
But
Appreciate it.
do you believe that Nebuchadnezzar was a historical figure?
Of course, no doubt.
Now, let me ask you this. Do Nebuchadnezzar have any historical writings?
Yes.
Where?
In first say the priesthood are the people who recorded the history. They got a lot of writings.
Okay. Now, Nebuchadnezzar wrote a chapter in the Bible. Did you know that?
Nebuchadnezzar wrote a chapter in the Bible.
Since when?
Man, look how I got him going. Look how I got him going, bro. hey, I'm not joking either. I'm not joking. If I wasn't an Israelite, I'd bet anybody any kinds of money that they wanted to lose. But Nebuchadnezzar wrote wrote a chapter in the Bible, blew my veins out. I'm gonna put it out here. I ain't gonna sit here and play stupid and make the people say, "Oh, you lying" or whatever. Nebuchadnezzar actually wrote Daniel chapter 4. Pull it up.
Daniel chapter 4. And then what part did he write?
Of chapter.
Daniel chapter 4.
I said chapter, didn't I?
All right. All right, let me pull it up.
Don't play with Israel bound out here. But these is God's revelations. I learned from men just like I learned from you. I've learned from Tazarayach. I learned from Guerrilla Hebrew. I learned from everybody, man. I don't set caps for myself. You got it?
All right, Daniel 4 is on the screen.
What the first verse say?
Nebuchadnezzar, the king unto all people, nations, and languages that dwell in all the earth, peace be multiplied unto you.
What? Read the second verse.
I thought it good to shew the signs and wonders that the high God hath wrought toward me.
Now, who wrote that? Who is that talking?
They said it's Daniel, but I guess that's Nebuchadnezzar.
Nebuchadnezzar. That ain't Daniel, that's Nebuchadnezzar.
Hey, it's right. It's written in the first person. So hey, you might have a point.
There ain't no mic to it.
It says, I, Nebuchadnezzar, was at rest in mine house and flourishing in my palace. I saw a dream which made me afraid. It is right in the first person. But you know what's crazy?
Yeah.
Because they found documents in the Dead Sea Scrolls from Nabonidus, which agrees with what you're possibly saying, that it was probably from Nabonidus, but they mistakenly call it Nebuchadnezzar.
Yeah, because that one little there's one little not symbol, but one letter that's in discrepancy that changes the whole thing. That would make it Nebuchadnezzar, like one stroke of the pen. So they chalking that up as a mistake. But that chapter is clearly written by Nebuchadnezzar.
All right. I'll take that into advice.
Yeah, take that into consideration, bro. And you know what I'm saying? We know that, it's a lot of things that's in the Bible that ain't been revealed to us, man. And if we just keep on doing what we've been doing, things come out, But hey, I appreciate the knowledge, Garfield. I always take it in, even though you might not believe I do. I do. Trust me.
All right, cool. All right, my brother. Peace and love to you.
Hey, y'all have a good day, man. Peace to the chat.
All right, cool. Peace and love, my brother. See you next week. All right, to get back to the term Black Hebrew Israelite, let's get back to this term right here.
Archeology, one of the leaders of One West, was in Times Square, and he was repeatedly using that phrase, Black Hebrew Israelite, whether in the singular or the plural. And he was using it partially in reference to that film, to Braveheart, right? And I'm telling you, I was right there on the sidewalk I personally witnessed Arya say things like, William Wallace was a black Hebrew Israelite. And then he would say, Edward the Longshanks was a black Hebrew Israelite. He would say it just like that. And then he declared that Longshanks was a wicked king. And I guess at that point he felt like segueing into other wicked English Israelite kings. And so he declared, King Henry VIII was a black Hebrew Israelite, but he was wicked. And then he would talk about, his divorces and all that kind of thing. For real, that really happened. And, then Arya went on to say that the Scottish were black Hebrew Israelites, and the English back then were black Hebrew Israelites, and the Irish were black Hebrew Israelites. He repeated the phrase over and over again, and I witnessed him do that. And then he went into that bit. I don't know, some of you are familiar with this, but I personally witnessed him at that moment go into the whole bit where, he says Brit means covenant and Ish means man. So British means covenant man in Hebrew, right? Which makes for quite the awkward fit with Lashwan Kodash. But whatever the case, my point in sharing that anecdote is that I personally witnessed Arya himself, a leader over One West, repeatedly using the phrase Black Hebrew Israelite or Black Hebrew Israelites, plural. Now, I understand that some might reject my personal account and say that, that they don't trust me, they don't believe me. Okay, well, in that case, the old ICUPK website, the website of One West is archived. You can look at it online, and I'll share a link. I'll share a couple of links in the description. And if you go to their old merchandise page, that they had up in the 90s, you'll see that back in the 90s, they were selling a 2-volume book, a 2-volume set. There's a couple of books that were titled, quote, More Amazing Facts About the Black Hebrew Israelites, end quote. Now, someone like Tazarayach might not have ever known that. But what does it say about old timers like Johanna, who's the leader of the Neo ISUPK, or Tahar, the leader of GMS? What does it say about these men? And Tahar, by the way, has also gotten on board with this complaint about the phrase Black Hebrew Israelite. He even, had his members sort of launch that as a polemic against Vocab, right? But what does it say about these men, these old timers who go all the way back to the 90s and before, like Johanna, like Tahar? What does it say about them that they don't inform the younger men they influence about this past use of that phrase, that the leadership in, at One West was itself using the phrase in a positive sense? But whatever, I'll stop this video here. I honestly think this little bit that I've shown here puts the nail in the coffin of this objection. It's a relatively new thing to complain about people using the phrase Black Hebrew Israelite or the acronym BHI. But it was the Hebrew Israelites themselves who originally used that phrase. They introduced it to others, and that's why it became part of the common parlance. And that's even why it was picked up by their critics, because it was just sort of, part of the common conversation about the group. Oh, one last thing on a closing note. If you check out the order form on the old ICUBK site, they have the relevant book listed for $110. That's the price that's listed. I don't know. That's strange.
In the 90s, One West sold a book for $110, which was titled More Amazing Facts About the Black Hebrew Israelites. What?
Greetings. Glory to God in the highest, and on earth, peace to people of goodwill. Really quick and no frills video here on a subject which perhaps many will find trivial, but which seemed to me to still be worth documenting. You see, there's a small social media collective. Some might call them a group of internet trolls, but there's this internet group, social media group, which calls itself the Yachad. Now, there doesn't seem to even be 10 members in the group, so some might say that it's not even worth documenting. But on the other hand, because the members of that group are so extraordinarily belligerent and go around social media trying to pick these rather rude arguments with all sorts of people, it seemed to me to be worthwhile to create a video with some sort of introductory information, at least for those who encounter them and might be curious what their story is. So these individuals are the apparently erstwhile followers of a man who called himself Kamala. So I often refer to them as Canaanites. And I say they are apparently erstwhile followers of Quana because Quana himself seems to have moved on with his life and may no longer be in contact with those who still describe themselves as his followers. Nonetheless, relevant to what you see on the screen and relevant to the title of this video, while the Canaanites vehemently deny this, they are nonetheless best described as an offshoot of the One West spectrum. You see, their murky beginnings seem to at least partly originate with Latinos who were imbibing One West ideology online, but who were also enraged by certain non-One West African-American Hebrew Israelites, pejoratively called quote-unquote Negro-only Israelites, who would tell them that they're not Israelites, right? And so that infuriated them, and it seems that their rage was subsequently assuaged when Kamala came along and gave them a virtual Uno reverse card of sorts, which they found intoxicating. And that was basically the option of saying, I'm an Israelite and you're not, back at African-American Hebrew Israelites. So, you know, they had to endure African-American Hebrew Israelites, certain ones, those who are not with One West, telling them they're not Israelites. And then, you know, they suddenly had this intoxicating feeling of getting to say that in reverse. Now they go around telling African-Americans they're not Israelites, you know? And so the Canaanites thus came to reject the One West Tribes chart. And like I said, they gleefully spend their time going around the internet and telling African-Americans that they're Hamites, or more specifically Canaanites, right? And thus arose what some have called quote-unquote Latino-only Israelites, though some might object that the description is not entirely accurate, you know, because apparently Quanah may have accepted gypsies or Japanese or whatever. But, oh, by the way, worthy of note, the leader of Sakari, Alazar Banloya, years ago, he shared that from a One West perspective, he saw Isaiah 11:13 as relevant to this evolution. Some might find that interesting. But like I said, the Canaanites, or the remaining members of the Yachad, deny any One West influence. And, you know, they deny any past proximity to One West. And they try to argue that by noting how they differ from One Westers. For example, now they reject the New Testament. Moreover, their approach to Hebrew pronunciation is slightly different, and so on, right? And of course, they also reject the One West Tribes chart. And with that in mind, because some of them might not be aware of their group's origins and others are just not honest about it, I just wanted to quickly document the One West influences on the man they learned from, that being Quanah. Now, as a disclaimer, in a vacuum, this need not be considered an issue, right? I don't intend this as a polemic against Quanah. You see, lots of people believe all sorts of things in their lives, and people can grow and change. And like I said, I'm under the impression that Quanah has moved on with his life, right? So this isn't a knock against Quanah, but the reason I wanted to document this is because Quanah's remaining followers on social media deny any One West influence on him, so it seemed worth documenting. Now, despite attempts by members of the Yachad to emphasize the differences between them and One Westers, the reality is that the farther back you go into Quanah's past, the more he has in common with One West. And so I wanted to quickly document some examples of that. Now, I've already covered one example in my video titled One West Influence on Quanah Lawa. Al-Baray is modified Lashwan Kodash. And in that video, I note the obvious proximity of the system of Hebrew used by the Canaanites to Lashwan Kodash. But then I show that Quanah even used to use the diacritics which One West developed. You know, and for me, that alone is definitive. That's an obvious sign of One West influence on Quanah. And it's one that his followers have never been able to address or explain. But I wanted to add a bit more to that for the record. And that's why I'm making this very quick and, you know, no frills video, as I said. So first, you know, jumping right in, first, while Quanah later adopted the practice of referring to Israel as Jasher al, you know, and he did that to distinguish him and his followers from One West, which calls Israel Jasher Allah. The reality is that a decade ago, back when Quanah was calling himself Kodash, he was opening his videos with a reference to Jasher Allah, not Jasher al, Jasher Allah. He was saying it the One West way. And I'll provide links to all these videos in the description. But here, consider a couple of examples of how he was opening his videos a decade ago.
All right. Shalom Israel. Shalom Yashra'Allah. It's your boy Kodash. Yasharawan. Back at it again, man. Shalom Israel. Shalom Akyam. Shalom Yashra'Allah. Man, it's your boy Kodash. Back at it again.
Another relevant bit of trivia is that while Quanah came to reject the New Testament, that was not always the case with him. He's on record admitting that there was a time when he adhered to the New Testament.
Bridge right here. Cambridge, that Bible cost me a pretty penny. I was back when I was still in the New Testament.
Now, some might think that he just meant that he used to be a Christian, but no, not really. You see, by his own admission, there was a time when he was trying to play these One West style games, like denying that the virgin birth is affirmed by the New Testament.
So they make this birth of Christ This virgin birth. Because that's what it is. A lot of camps, I've seen a couple camps try to spin it. Oh, it's not virgin birth. It's not talking about virgin birth. No, it's a virgin birth. It's a virgin birth. I've heard you guys try to spin.
All right, let me get to some latest stuff about Tory Lanez that I think some of us would be interested in. Let me give a shout out to Tory Lanez, and he's not free. Let's stop spreading misinformation. Listen to what's going on without jumping out the window.
Accepted by appellate court, giving DA 2 weeks. Tory Lanez innocent claim accepted by appellate court, giving DA 2 weeks to respond. Let's talk about what this means. So first off, when they say accepted by the appellate court is just saying they're going to hear the appeal. They're not saying, oh, we're letting him out or we believe he's free. They're just going to listen to what his appeal is. That's all that means. Now, what is his appeal? It's pretty good. It's been made in a couple different ways, and you have to understand the different court processes that are involved. One, they asked for a new trial on the basis that there's this evidence, the affidavit from the driver. The driver could take the stand and testify. He was working security that night. He was the only one not drinking at the party. He saw two women fighting. He saw Kelsey with the gun. He saw Tory trying to break up that fight. And y'all threw Tory in jail and never charge any of the two women. That's what Quan would have said if he took the stand, according to his affidavit. Now, the court in the appeals case said, yeah, but we can't give you a new trial because Quan was in court and your lawyer said we're not going to have Quan testify. So that's on you. But this is different. This is a writ of habeas corpus. In Latin, it means bring me the body. It's a Hail Mary. It's a writ of last resort. It's what the courts have set up so that if you tried to appeal on every other basis, you can always tell the court to bring me the body and just see what the hell's going on here. And you have to have a very good argument for what the hell's going on here. Their very good argument, this is actual innocence. Whether or not I tried or I could have or I should have, I'm innocent. Tory Lanez innocent claim.
All right, so that's the Tory Lanez stuff. Let me see what this is.
So I've been in Ghana for the past week.
All right, I know it. Charleston White talking about Little Dirk.
Real victory. Now that demonic force, because it is a demonic force. It was a dark force. It was a dark energy that came down from Chicago and spread throughout America. I think we now finally get to put that fire out. I don't think we'll hear drill music ever again. I don't think drill rappers would ever be celebrated ever again. Down goes the drill. Down goes the drill. 12th round knockout, because it looked like they had got away and they get to ride off into the sunset. So this is a victory for law-abiding Black Americans who like hip-hop music but don't like the real victory. The killing part of it. So we get.
It's a lot of free Dirks right now. It's a lot of the free Dirk campaign has begun.
Every day I'm gonna wake up trolling. Every day I'm gonna wake up trolling because they blackballed Quando Rondo because he was self-defending himself. They blackballed Lil Tim because he was standing up for a friend. Homie, come on now. Free Lil Durk. Keep him locked up. Don't give him no bond. Send him to a USP because of his record. And then got to think about this. He got to go to California. GDs and BDs ain't got no say-so in California. The killing part of it. So we get.
It's a lot of free Dirks right now. It's a lot of the free Dirk campaign has begun.
Every day I'm gonna wake up trolling. Every day I'm gonna wake up trolling because they blackballed Quando Rondo because he was self-defending himself. They blackballed Lil Tim because he was standing up for a friend. Homie, come on now. Free Lil Durk. Keep him locked up. Don't give him no bond. Send him to a USP because of his record. And then got to think about this. He got to go to California. GDs and BDs ain't got no say-so in California. The killing part of it. So we get.
It's a lot of free Dirks right now. It's a lot of the free.
I don't know what to say about that part. Well, look at what the Popovich said about this.
So he's pathetic. He's small. He's a whiner. We all know that. But you wouldn't have him babysit your kids. You wouldn't hire him if you had a small business. You want that man in your business? There's no way. But you're going to vote for him for president because he's strong? I mean, Kamala Harris whipped his ass in the debate, just obviously, and he's running ever since. He doesn't want any part of her because, as she said before, she's eaten many of his type for lunch. As an attorney general, as a prosecutor, he's a small fry compared to some of the people she's going after. And he knows it. So all he can do is cut people down, you know, and do what he does. We've all seen all that kind of stuff. The ones that you can be even more angry about, because he's sick. He's a damaged man. He grew up the biggest wannabe there ever was in New York, right? We all know that. He wanted to be in the inner circle, but they laughed at him his whole life. Just like Obama made fun of him at that dinner, and he was about to melt. It angered him so bad, it was scary. But he was never accepted. He was treated like a fool, like a clown. And now he's able to just give the finger to the world because of his position now. And that's what he's doing. He's getting back at everybody because he's so small. He's got to go after everybody, just like we all know the generals and Mike Pence and all that. We've all heard that before. But those people around him, you know, the Grahams, the Cruzes, the Hawleys, the Meadows, McCarthy, McConnell, all those guys, all older white men, which so happens to be, they know he's an ass. They said it. I'm not saying that I think they think that. They've told us that ever since, you know, 2015, 16, all that kind of thing. I mean, you know, they've called him a xenophobic, a religious bigot, a racist, unfit for office, on and on and on. Their words, but they're right there with him. Do they not know that they have children and grandchildren probably that are going to lose freedom if this guy is elected? I'm not talking about a policy. I'm talking about the idea of our country. So he's pathetic. He's small. He's a whiner. We all know that. But you wouldn't have him babysit your kids. You wouldn't hire him if you had a small business. You want that man in your business? There's no way. But you're going to vote for him for president because he's strong? I mean, Kamala Harris whipped his ass in the debate, just obviously. And he's.
Yep. Coach Popovich, I'm so proud of you, man. So proud of you, Coach. All right. Let me see who else I want to talk about real quick. Hold on a second.
I have to say, you can't be for the mob on January 6th and for the officers. You can't. And it's not funny because you're a threat to democracy. Sure. I was on the House floor when we went through the votes. I remember when you objected to the results in Arizona. Y'all at home might remember where you were on January 6th, what you were doing. I know where I was and I know where he was. I remember when they told us to reach under our seats for these gas masks. I didn't know we had because they had deployed tear gas in the rotunda. The officers locked all the doors. We barred the doors the president walks through to deliver the State of the Union with furniture that we usually use to hold paper. And I texted my wife, Allie, who was 7 months pregnant with our son, Cameron, and at home with our son, Jordan, who wasn't yet 2. Whatever happens, I love you. And I took off my suit jacket, and I was prepared to defend the House floor from the mob. At the same time, after he'd gone around the country lying about the election, after he'd been the architect of the attempt to overthrow that election, when that mob came, Senator Cruz was hiding in a supply closet. And that's okay. I don't want him to get hurt by the mob. I really don't. This election is his accountability. You cannot just be patriotic when your side wins. If for the first time in 250 years, this project of ours, this shared American project, that we did not have a peaceful transfer of power, the folks responsible have to be held accountable. That's why Liz Cheney has endorsed me, has got involved in this campaign and is saying to Texans everywhere, Do not put Ted Cruz back in a position of authority because he's done it once, he'll do it again. I have to say, you can't be.
So this dude was hiding in a closet, but he support the officers and he supports the mob. This is sad, but y'all want to talk about Kamala Harris this, Kamala Harris that. Well, y'all ain't honest, yo. Y'all gotta be honest. Y'all want that crazy man back in power, man? That shit, that y'all is the worst, man. I understand y'all don't like Kamala or whatever, but the option, nah. I'm not, nah. Nope. I'm gonna talk about Lord Jamar. I think it's time we cancel Lord Jamar, man. I've had enough of this dude. I've had enough of Lord Jamar. He's pseudo, he teaches flat earth, and he means nothing to the culture. Dude have one of the top 10 albums ever, man, where he made Brand Nubians album. Him and Lord Sadat X made one of the best. I listened to it even today. I listened to that joint. Up to last night, I'm listening to that joint. One of the greatest albums I ever heard. Shit is crazy, man. Crazy. Hold on a second. Let me see who else I gotta. Oh, I want to say this right here to our Jamaicans, man. This is our culture, and I call it. Listen, family. I'm not even trying to violate nobody, but listen to. Look at this. Look at this right here. Right here. I'm gonna turn the music off. They dancing. This is what these dudes are going. Imagine if this was your girl out in public, dancing with a Jamaican man at a party. This is one of the greatest dancers ever in Jamaican history. This dude right here, love him to death, Shelly Belly. But this is what he does every time you go out and he's at a party. Look at what he's doing, family. Look at what he's doing. This is at a Jamaican party. This is at a Jamaican party, family. This is a Jamaican party. Look at what they're doing. Imagine if this was your girl, say she going to Jamaica, she going to a party. This is what she's doing. Look at that. What the hell is this? What is this? Yo! This is crazy. Folks throwing money. Oh man, my culture is crazy right now. They crazy right now. Jamaican culture is nuts. It's pure nuts. Pure nuts right now. This is nuts. What is this? What is this? Yo! Yo! This is nuts. Yo, my Jamaican people, we be wilding, yo. We wilding. We wilding, yo.
That Trump wanted the military to actually shoot Black Lives Matter protesters. I mean, Trump is not shit.
He let people die during COVID and then told us to drink bleach.
He tried to kill the stimulus bill and couldn't, so he delayed the money just so he could put his name on the check.
Trump ain't shit.
He used the death penalty to execute black men like Brandon Bernard.
He f***ed Obama's economy, lost thousands of black jobs. He started inflation and gave his billionaire buddies a tax cut.
America, Trump ain't shit. Don't vote for that man. Nothing but
Vote Kamala Harris for president.
Time to hold the vote until we get something. It's time to hold the vote until we get something. Anybody telling you that you gotta vote Be skeptical.
I want you to spot the difference between the way that right-wing conservatives are talking about voting and the way that people allegedly interested in progress are talking about voting. Every election cycle, someone insists that black folks, for one reason or another, should not vote.
Hold the vote until we get some.
But have you ever noticed that conservative white people are rarely, maybe even never told that they should be withholding their vote? In fact, this is what white Christian nationalists have been saying to each other in plain sight for decades.
They want everybody to vote. I don't want everybody to vote.
That's Paul Weyrich back in 1980.
Elections are not won by a majority of people. They never have been from the beginning of our country, and they are not now.
He's a godfather in the modern conservative movement, and he co-founded the Heritage Foundation. Yes, the folks who have been producing the document known as Project 2025 for the last 40 plus years.
As a matter of fact, our leverage in the elections, quite candidly, goes up as the voting populace goes down.
What they know is that their vision for America is profoundly unpopular. And as such, it hinges entirely on people like you not showing up to vote.
On the whole.
Trump has many failed businesses. Here are just a few. Trump Ice bottled water, sold as the purest water from a secret spring, is from Vermont. Trump steaks ranged from $200 to $1,000. They were discontinued after 2 months. Trump shuttle airlines. Trump borrowed $250 million to buy an airline, but he didn't take care of the airplane, so an airplane crashed and then they went out of business after only 2 years. Trump vodka discontinued, low sales, many lawsuits over unpaid bills. Trump Castle bankrupt and rebranded as Trump Marina. Trump Marina bankrupt and sold. Trump Plaza bankrupt and demolished. Trump's World Fair bankrupt and demolished. Trump Taj Mahal Casino, it was advertised as the 8th wonder of the world, bankrupt and sold. Trump University scammed thousands, many lawsuits and investigations. Trump Network, MLM that sold vitamins and health stuff. Trump board game with Milton Bradley pulled from shelves because it didn't sell. He later tried to re-release it. It sold even less. Trump Mortgage LLC, financial services, lasted a year. GoTrump.com, travel site, lasted a year. Trump Fragrances, pulled from shelves due to low sales. Trump Home Furniture, pulled from shelves due to low sales. Trump Net, telephone communication company, ran out of money before it even opened, and soon to fail because they all do. Truth Social, brought to you by Trump Media. Ew.
Yeah, but that man knows business and know how to run the world, huh? Craziness, yo. The dude, you see what, yo, Cedric, once he told us that we could take bleach, and we will, what you call it? That was the end of me with Trump. When he told us we could take bleach for COVID, yo, that dude is a nut. There's no way I'm voting for Trump. No way. I don't care what he brings.
You can inject it.
Yo, you could inject the bleach and get COVID. You know, when people died because I don't know how they press charges against him for his lack of work or you know when people died? Black people. You know how many of y'all died because of him? Yeah, man, I don't trust this COVID, man. They trying to get us. Yeah, they trying to get us, but oh man, I ain't got time for that. But anyway, man, we've been on for hours.
Don't forget you can use sunlight too.
Yo, that shit is crazy, yo. Coach Popovich, Little Dirk, I don't know what's going on with that, but I wish you the best, my brother. That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say. This shit is crazy. Vocab Tazarayach, that was good. Tory Lanez, he's not free, he's not innocent. He just got the chance to appeal to the highest court in the land. That's all it is. All right. Peace and love, y'all. I'll be on next week for another 4 hours. I hope y'all learned something. If there's any issues or concerns about what I said on the video, email me at askbrothergarfield@gmail.com. I have no problem saying I'm wrong. Listen, man, when it comes to the Bible, nobody really knows what the truth is. We could make assumptions based off of external evidence. That's their references to what they see in their history. It's just like the Persians and their writings, the Avesta writings, and all these different writings. Every culture have their own writings. I just don't think we're culturally connected to the biblical text. I don't think we are. And we were given the text by white folks. That's the bottom line. You trace your roots back to the text, 99.9% of us goes back to white people. That's it. That's where you learned it from. All right. But peace and love to y'all, man. I'm out of here. Hope y'all enjoy the rest of y'all.
Peace.
And I'm out of here. Peace. Oh, before I go, any questions? Any questions at all? Any questions before I go? And to the lady that said, why I don't show my face anymore? I'm right here. I ain't going nowhere. The same Garfield. Different day. Same shit. Same crazy guy that supports New York 100%. The Mets, the Yankees, the Liberty. Shout out to the WNBA, New York Liberty, bringing home that championship, baby. That's New York, baby. New York won. We took that. Whether they cheated them and gave that fake call, foul, it don't matter. A win is a win. 10 years from now, you ain't going to talk about it was a call. You're going to have on the record, the Liberty won. Bring home the championship. We're bringing home the chip. We're bringing home the NBA chip. We're bringing home all type of chip. All right? And shout out to the Yankees. We lost 2. That's all. It's all good. We're going to win 4. That's all you got to do. Who first reaches 4? All right? Who started that crazy-ass dancing dance? Yo, Jamaicans, yo. Jamaicans started that. Jamaicans started that, bro. That's all you got to remember. I'm watching my Jets. They actually scored 2 touchdowns their last 2 drives. Shout out to them. Hope they win today. Cleveland playing Baltimore without that crazy quarterback. They got Jameis Winston. I hope they win. Shout out to Cleveland, man. Oh, let me see. Ah, man, that boy held that boy the whole time. All right. Dancehall gone to Bacchanal. Mix up. Any more questions? Y'all got me for 50 more seconds. If it ain't one thing, it's another. It's an Instagram video. So if you hit me up on Instagram, I'll send it to you. I don't think Donald Trump has ever run a good business in his life. And that's the crazy part about it. They talked about The Apprentice. Ooh, look at that catch by that boy. Oh, that boy good. That boy good. 11 more seconds. Any more questions? Bang, 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 bang. And by the way, any Israelite out there that's watching or anybody watching, if Deacon, Hassad, Gorilla, Tazarayach, Katazar, Yawasap, anybody want to debate second Esdras, I'll take that debate tomorrow. Second Esdras, that book needs to be left in the rafters. It's done with. Anybody want to debate about Whydah? Anybody want to debate if Judah as a tribe or a person existed? That's where the tribe is named from. I'm saying that the word in the Hebrew means to be praised. And Judea was a location. It was a geographic location. So Judea, if you look at the Song of Deborah, you don't see Judah as a tribe there. I wonder why. And that's considered one of the oldest writings of the biblical texts or traditions. All right. And when you look at the archaeology, it's sparsely populated, and sometimes they feel like nobody's there. Born Jamaicans. Shout out to them. Damn, Jets putting in that work. Let me go watch my game, y'all. Peace and love, man. One love. We out.